And welcome to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, October 2nd. We're going to call ourselves to order at 9:15 a.m. We're just a little bit behind the original scheduled time of 9. Just had a little bit of school drop-offs and some last-minute preparation on the files, but we are good to go. So we'll start off. The first item on our agenda is our national anthem, and what I'd like to propose is that just before we start the anthem, I'll get Sean to just pause for 30 seconds. I'd just like to do a moment of reflection in light of the recent death of Jim McBain. So Jim McBain was the owner-operator of the Municipal Law Enforcement Service, which was the contractor that we've used for a number of years to provide bylaw enforcement services to Whitewater Region. So our sympathies have been passed to him, to his family, to his wife and his family, but I just would like to take a moment of reflection and then we'll jump right into the national anthem. Good. All right, please rise. Excellent. And next is our land acknowledgement, and I've asked the Deputy Mayor if she would do our land acknowledgement today.
Thank you, Mayor. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of the Township of Whitewater Region and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Omami-Winini people. We thank the Omami-Winini people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous people who have been taking care of this land for thousands of years.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And next item is number 3, the adoption of our agenda. The recommendation is that the Council of Township Whitewater Region approve the October 2nd, 2024 agenda. A mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Trim. Any recommended changes or amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? It's carried. And I regretfully didn't mention at the start, we do have quorum. Councillor Bell will just be online momentarily once he's able to get home after having dropped his kids off. Item number 4 is the adoption of minutes from September 18th. So the recommendation is the Council of Township Whitewater Region approve the September 18th, 2024 minutes. A mover and a seconder. Councillor Tabbert, Councillor Moore. Any changes, errors, or omission? Okay, seeing none raised by council, I'll just raise one small change that in the notice of the time that the public meeting, the planning public meeting started, there was a typo. There was an extra number. So it was 5:10:1. So that's been changed and will be reflected in the final minutes. Good. If there's no other changes, call for a vote. All those in favor? And it's carried. Thank you. Next, we have one committee and board set of minutes that are provided for council's information and the public's information. That's the Whitewater Regional Library Board from September 2024. And I'll just ask Councillor Tabbert if there's anything she wants to raise as a result of that.
I wasn't
Perfect. If there is in the future, just raise it. Deputy Mayor? No? Good. Okay, no other questions arising from that portion of the agenda. We'll move on to number 5, which is disclosures of interest. Is there any disclosures that need to be made as a result of anything on the agenda tonight? Nothing? And clerk, you'll have to cue me to ask Councillor Bell when he arrives. Once he's on, okay? Just to make sure that he has that opportunity. Next is presentations, and there are no presentations for today's agenda. Leads us into the mayor's address, and I have a quick mayor's address that I'll throw at everybody. Since our last council meeting on September 18th, I attended 8 meetings on behalf of council. As county councillor, I attended 1 county council meeting as well as 2 other meetings with the Renfrew County District Health Unit. I would like to share just some additional details on some of the meetings that I attended. On September 19th, I participated in the Take Back the Night event at the Petawawa Civic Center. This was the Renfrew County Sexual Assault and Rape Crisis Center, hosting this event as a march against violence towards women to reclaim the streets and unite our communities, and they very much appreciated municipal representation. September 21st, I attended a celebration of arts event, the Heartbeat of the Valley, at the WDRA Hall. It was run by Don Kwan, one of our Whitewater region residents, led the event of music, dance, performance, and art. And if anybody saw the videos online of the Chinese dragons, did I say that right? Yeah, it was incredible. Really, my first time to see that. It was really neat. So lots of local artists were there displaying and demonstrating their skills there. Some I wasn't aware of previously, so it was a great afternoon. September 22nd, I attended the Whitewater Historical Society's end-of-season barbecue at the Ross Museum. Great end-of-season event, thanks to Janice and her team. And I also learned that Daryl McLaughlin is the chief barbecuer in Foresters Falls. I did not know he was a cook. He's been cooking for rafting companies for years and years and years. So it was great to see Daryl out again. And I'm looking forward to their next season. September 26th, the CIO and I attended a Pequawtagon Connecting Workshop hosted by the chief of the Pequawtagons. It was a number of other mayors from the municipalities within the county of Renfrew. So he was doing everybody at once. And it was a really great opportunity. He had all of the departments, and they have a number of departments that work for them, in the gym, and we had the opportunity to go by and visit each one of these 6-foot table displays and ask questions about, their rec center and their planning division, their cultural awareness, their health department, their child care, what else? Public Works, yes, learned all about their landfill, which is full. So great, and you'll see the CEO and I collected information. I'll try and get it out to the department heads just for their information, but it was really good. They shared information about their self-government, their challenges and their opportunities, and even offered cultural awareness training. A great first step to building stronger relationships with our Omami Winnini people. So I'm getting very good at saying it. Good. October 27th, I attended the Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce Business Excellent Gala. We had 5 Whitewater Region businesses nominated for an award, one that I didn't aware of until I got there. Wilderness Tours of Foresters Falls, Whitewater O'Brien Winery from Westmeath, Ottawa Valley First Aid from Hilly Station, Inner Strength and Training from Cobden, and the Whitewater Brewery from Cobden Foresters Falls. They were all considered and nominated for one of these for recognition. It was a great night. Wilderness Tours was recognized for excellence in tourism and recreation. Whitewater O'Brien Winery was recognized as the Startup Superstar. Whitewater Brewery was recognized for excellence in restaurant, nightlife, hospitality, and lodging. And congrats to all of our Whitewater businesses, especially these 3 for their achievements and recognition. But I also have 2 special mentions. The first is Kitchissippi Productions, Dorian Pierce, I believe. I believe his business is situated in Pembroke, but he is a Whitewater resident. He was awarded Excellence in Creative Arts and Culture, as well as Combitech, our own Sean, was was recognized for excellence in communication. So congratulations to all of our folks for their awards and recognition. It was a great evening. Good. October 1st, I attended the opening of the Renfrew County Legal Clinic in Renfrew. So incredible to hear about all the services they offer to residents across the county of Renfrew. What I really found interesting, free services for seniors and anyone over the age of 65 for wills that would qualify. But what I did is if one of you can hold that flyer up, if anybody's got it handy. Yeah, thanks, Connie. I provided this out to all the members of council, so you have it as a reference point in case you get a phone call. And the balance went to our manager of community services for our Seniors Active Living Center. But really interesting, the MPP made some comments about their new renovated site, which is at the Innovation Building in Renfrew. So it was really, really good. As we enter into this fall and the end of 2024, we start our budget discussions, and that's the lead-in for our meeting this morning. Lots of considerations as you look to where we as council want to prioritize the effort of our township, and how do we want to realize the success on our strategic goals, all while trying to keep our taxes as low as possible. It isn't an easy task, and one that every year we get to try and get right. We already know that the treasurer has to account for the impact of inflation and on our own costs, from the cost of fuel to the cost of insurance. We have our own levels of service that we each individually want to try to advocate for, from things like traffic calming to the response capacity of bylaw enforcement, from gravel dust suppressant to boat launch repairs, from access to childcare support for our support for our seniors. These are the things that just come to mind right off the top of my head. And there are many more. We also have to have an eye on the future to ensure that we're not just that we have not just funds in place now, but also plans in place to replace things like our fire hall and our fire vehicles, and ensure that our recreation facilities exist for another 50 years. Plus all the other essential infrastructure in place to support planned growth in our hamlets, our villages, and here in Cobden. It's going to take a balanced approach. We will have to make choices. We will have to prioritize. But I'm looking forward to the discussion, because that's what shapes 2025. So hopefully that leads us into a very productive day. That ends my mayor's report. Thank you. Is there any questions or comments from members of council? Good, seeing none. And I'll recognize that we've got Councillor Bell back online. And Councillor Bell, you can hear me? Oh.
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. I just wanted to confirm before we proceed, is there any declarations you have on any of the items on the agenda today?
No, not today.
Perfect. Okay, good. Thank you. Excellent. Well, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, public comments. Clerk, did we receive any public comments?
I received none.
Okay, no comments received. So we're into our reports, and we'll lead with our 2025 municipal budget presentation. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township Whitewater Region receive the 2025 municipal budget presentation. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Olmsted, seconded by Councillor Moore. Good. Excellent. And I'll just remind members of council and the public that today we are receiving the draft budget from our staff of the township, with the intent that any amendments or changes that we decide to make to it at this point in time would be ones that would be incorporated into the public presentation on October 16th. So it is the first step in one of many steps by which we will get a chance to review it. So it's just an initial shaping of the budget. Excellent. Treasurer, over to you.
I'll just have a few remarks of introduction to the budget, and thanks so much for members of council for being here today. We have invited our leadership team to join us as well, so they can learn the process about municipal budgeting, understand our challenges and the constraints that staff and council are working with. Missing today is Mr. Schultz and Mrs. Benzie. but they will join us maybe at a later deliberation with council. So as we present our 2025 budget, our focus remains on delivering high quality services to our residents while maintaining affordability for our community. We've worked as staff diligently to keep the operating increase to 2%. With some strategic moving of funds to try to ensure that we remain at 2% for operating. While saying that, we do recognize that we are committed to the asset renewal, so the investment in strategic capital projects. So we remain focused on ensuring that we could renew our assets and secure our future, to invest in these assets and to ensure our long-term sustainability. So focus on ensuring a subtle increase in operating and focusing on asset renewal. So Curtis, our treasurer, and I and the mayor met one-on-one with each member of council on the week of September 2nd in order to try to get a sense of priority areas, challenges, budgeting process, and we could summarize the outcome of those discussions around 2 or 3 items. So one was road maintenance, a focus and prioritization of road maintenance, whether that be renewing roads or maintaining our existing roads, whether that's ensuring that the potholes are filled and areas where we can maintain our roads are done. Secondly, building maintenance and facilities. So our budget that we were going to present to council today has a focus on ensuring that our current buildings are being maintained adequately. You'll see some additional operating costs around the buildings. And then beautification, so recognizing that while we do have core assets, our roads, our buildings, and the like, there is a need to continue the strategy around beautification. We've done wayfinding signage, we've done benches, but we need to remain focused and continue to prioritize some funds to that beautification. So I'm pleased to have all the staff with us today. We're here to answer all your questions, and for the most part, Treasurer McGonigal will go through the presentations, but some of the other staff will present their areas of focus. So looking forward to our deliberations and glad to answer any questions we may have, and to you, Treasurer McGonigal. Thanks.
Thank you, CAO, and thank you, Council. So it's that time of year again. We're right at the budget. We've gone through a lot of assessments, and as the CAO mentioned, meeting with Council and trying to shape this 2025 budget. In shaping it, we came to the budget schedule. A little bit of a change to this schedule based on what the original budget direction came in as. So got council direction on September 18th, draft operating of 2% and a capital of 4.2. Then the meeting today, which we'll go over the full budget and a total. We'll look at capital operating on the general side, and then we'll look at capital and operating both for water and wastewater. Then on the 16th, we'll have the actual public meeting. The change up of that from prior years' way of doing it is to give the public more of an opportunity to make their comments and then be incorporated into the final review that happens of the budget. The change of the timeline is that instead of earlier November, we're going to move it to November 20th as the full review. It's an afternoon meeting. Just to give time for our staff to bring reports and things back to council before that as an opportunity, since there will be a gap in timing for reports. And then it's a shorter piece because it's just a review of the general changes, but it's one review more before the actual passing, which would be is projected to be December 4th, which again is a regular meeting. So I have this slide in here every year. So it's the mission and the vision of the township. So the mission is the Township of Whitewater Region delivers municipal service to a welcoming community, and the vision is the Township of Whitewater Region maintains a rural quality of life by balancing sustainability and growth. The sustainability and growth is the biggest driving factors on the budget, because as growth comes, more services are required and some costs come up. However, there's also the other side of growth, where as growth occurs, more funds are taken in. So it's that balancing act of how the township can manage that. So how much is a 1% levy increase? So our our levy last year was $7.195 million total. That is what we levied from taxpayers. So that equates to $71,950. So whenever we look at increases to operating, and that's the number we're looking at whenever we say we're increasing. So whenever we say 2%, we're doing $144,000, and that's the piece to remember whenever we look at that, what the 2% represents. So property tax and the municipal tax equation. So the tax levy is generated by taking the assessment times our tax rates. Tax rates are determined by taking the total levy amount that's required and multiplying it by the actual tax rate itself. The rates themselves are calculated by taking the assessment that we generate, or that is given to us by MPAC, times the ratios that are set by the county, the upper tier, to get our actual weighted assessment. That weighted assessment is then used to generate our rates. I should note that at this point in time, I do not have an update as to when the next property assessment cycle will happen. Projected is they supposed to be starting looking like 2027, but no confirmation on that, with the implementation of 2028. So we're still working on 2016 values for assessment. That can create some challenges for some staff or for some property owners, just judging by how their properties are assessed. Just know that hopefully whenever the all assessment happens, it will be more of an equalization of that calculation between the actual property owners. So how is the levy calculated? So operating versus capital. So total expenses are less our grants, our user fees, our transfer to reserves, and that equals our levy. And that's what we actually tax and bill out to residents. So what the levy does not cover, so anything capital is not covered through grants, CCBF and OCIF. So CCBF is the Canada Community Building Fund, which is the former gas tax controlled by AMO. And then OCIF, which is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, which is a fund dedicated from the province of Ontario to create funding for capital assets and capital infrastructure, which is calculation based on our current replacement value of our assets. And lastly is reserves. Operating, not covered through grants or that subsidizes our actual levy, is UMP, Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which is an operating grant set out by the province in order to offset the actual amount we have to levy to the taxpayers, and then Canada Summer Jobs and other grants that we apply for and receive. Canada Summer Jobs, as an example, is one that the township applies for our summer students, and every year we get some sort of recurrence of that funding, depending on the number of students. So sometimes whenever you'll see the actual students that are budgeted, a portion of that 50% can be covered through a grant, which is fantastic in that it doesn't affect the taxpayer as much, and we are able to employ a future young person into the municipal field. So here's the breakdown of every tax dollar. So 31% of every dollar that is collected as taxation 31% goes to the county, 14% goes to the education, 47% is municipal, and 8% goes to our policing. Very little change in this from last year. The biggest change is the county education portion. The education rate has stayed steady and stagnant for the last 5 years. The county rate, however, went up a little bit last year, so it kind of made that shift between because it used to be 30 and 15. You'll remember this slide from the budget direction presentation. This was just a straight comparison between our tax levy for 2024 and all other municipalities within the county, including the city of Pembroke. And then the orange line represents the actual tax increases that occurred last year compared to all the other municipalities. We were not the lowest, but we were among the lowest for the actual increase, and now has more or less put us on the level playing field with 5 other municipalities. The difference between us and the other 5 is plus or minus 50 cents. So it's not a huge increase or decrease in the difference between the taxation. And that's a key point to see we're sitting pretty well in the middle. That area could be more to the left or more to the right, and we'd still be in the middle. Just of note, so on $100,000 assessment, so Whitewater Region's total taxation was $1298.20 for 2024. Iron Pryor was $1501. McNabb Braeside $1262.93. So you can see there's a very small difference between us and McNabb. Abbotston Brumley was $1475.54, and Pembroke was $1892.62. Same $100,000 of assessment. So the key highlights for the budget. So operating increase is 2%, keeping with the budget direction that was presented on the 16th. Net of growth, the main effectors of the budget was affordability, remembering that for the taxpayers and doing a hard dive to make sure that we ensure that remains for the taxpayers. Maintaining current levels of service. Inflation pressures. So the inflation was 3% average June over June, and you'll see me bring that back up later when I talk salaries. And then our annual insurance. Again, looking like a 7% increase this year, but we're still working through the quotation at this point in time. So under capital, our increase again is looking at 4.2%. The funding sources are the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, which is OSIF, Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF, tax reserves and reserve funds. And I should add in there any grants that we can receive or apply for within the year. We're very diligent in trying to apply for all grants that as they our eyes in order to offset that dollar figure and increase our capital funding and spending. And at this point in time, I have nothing to report of new grants that we've received, but there is a number that we are applying for currently. So the criteria that staff looked at whenever we review the listing of capital that needs to be replaced or repaired is the must-have, can't fail, the timing is right, annual replacement, and strategically important. So the first deciding page I come to is our transfer to reserves. So administration used to have capital reinvestment. That was a capital investment page, or capital investment that was funded through the operating side of the budget. This year, I've done this almost clean break of removing capital fully from operating. So operating funds operating, capital funds capital. Going forward, it'll make the budgeting process much simpler. So the capital reinvestment, as you remember last year, was used to fund the new debentures that came onto the books for 2024, this current year. So that has been removed for this year because that would have caused an increase of 4% automatically to the levy if we would have left that in under the operating side. So that has been removed because it's been offset. The administration under election, keeping at the same rate as what was last year, $7,500 towards that reserve for the future election coming up. Emergency measures, flood management, we've done a small decrease in that transfer to reserves. Currently in that reserve, it's sitting at $75,000. And it was viewed from my aspect that whenever we come to things like insurance claims and support from other levels of government, they require 3% of our 3% of our levy in order to get assistance. The more we increase our levy to fund reserves and things to pay for that ourselves, the further we move ourselves away from that 3%. The bigger our levy grows, the more we have to spend before we can actually gain assistance from the government whenever a disaster happens. So while it funds the first amount we have to pay for through that reserve, continually increasing it also works against ourselves to get to that 3%. Building administration, there's no change. The same $3,700 has been projected, and that's usually for the purchase of a vehicle for the building inspector. Waste, which is the other side of the collection agreement, or the collection fees, is a transfer of $20,000, so that's just based on the actual costs. Landfill post-closure, which is the put through by our consultant, which needs to be put in for the actual amount whenever the landfill closes. That's to take care of the actual Ross landfill. It's $20,000, again, unchanged. And the ORPC, that is $16,000, again, unchanged. That money, it comes in and goes back to a reserve automatically for future funding and assets purchase. We don't tend to use that money for anything else except for capital purchase. Any questions?
Any questions so far? Good. See, now I'm going to just highlight one additional information that came out, your breakdown of every dollar collected. The 31% from the county. County has given its budget direction to staff at a 3.25% increase. So just for your, if you're tracking that. And I just also wanted to highlight, only because I've heard it from a number of residents, the municipal tax, the assessment that MPAC does. It's key, and the treasurer mentioned it. All the assessed values are reorientated back to 2016. So if you build a house, they take the current value, assessed value of that house, and reassess it, so it's actually on your MPAC assessment, it's showing a 2016 value. So some people said, well, I just built my house. My taxes, I'm paying more than the guy who's built the same house in 2015. It's not. They've taken both similar houses, and they've just taken the newer houses and calculated a value based on 2016. So everybody's got the same base amount. Did I butcher that, treasurer? I'm looking at some. Do you want
No, that's correct. It can seem more skewed in the actual amount because the house at the point in time is brand new, and sometimes that's the difference that some owners see, and that'll be the big change whenever the assessment actually comes through. Is the assessment will shift, so some houses that may have a higher assessment now may go down actually, and the other houses that their neighbors are will go up because the actual property values have gone up. It's more of that leveling factor between the properties because there's tie-ins of sales that happened for 2016 because the 2016 phase-in value was phased in over 4 years and ended in 2020. So they can still look at those 2016 to 2020 sale values in order to calculate their actual assessment. And that's where some of the skewing comes right at the moment. The sooner they can do that assessment and give us that new base to work from, the more equalized taxation will be and the more accurate our calculations will be. I just will put out a note though that people need to watch that they can't just take their assessment of what they think the new assessment will be. So if somebody has a $200,000 home and it goes to a $400,000 home, they can't take that and multiply it by the current taxation rate. If they do that, they're effectively doubling their taxes, but that is not the way the taxation works. As assessment goes up, as I spoke to earlier in the actual calculation of the levy, we still need the same dollar value, so it reweights the actual assessment in a way and will actually decrease the rate that we use to calculate taxation. So the new assessment times a lower rate will still come to the same dollar value even though their assessment went up. It's an equalization thing. It's not a way of changing the actual taxation. It's a distribution of the taxes, if that makes sense. I will note too that I have question slides at the end of each section. So just if anybody has any questions, there's a place I put a holder in at each section for that.
Perfect, thank you, treasurer. Is there no other questions? If you have more on the MPAC assessment one, it is confusing. And I just suggest you go sit down with the treasurer afterwards and you'll be able to just use an example and it'll make sense when you see it. But essentially there's 3 variables that he has to account for, and it's not as easy as just isolating one of them. But important to understand. Good, if there's no other questions, we'll keep moving. Oh, sorry, Councillor Trim.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through to the treasurer, are they using now construction costs to base the assessed value? Is that, like, how do they, if there's no assessment going on, are they using construction costs to base the value of the home, the assessed value?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not an expert in how they calculate their assessment piece, but to my understanding is that it is one factor that they use because we report the actual construction value that's put on our building permits to MPAC, and then they do an assessment based on square footage and size of home and location, and then compared to neighboring properties of similar size, similar structure, and that's all factors that they use whenever they come up with their actual assessment. While I don't know the intricate pieces of how they do their calculation, that tends to be what they do. Not all building permits change assessment. Decks and things like that, small things, don't change your assessment. It's the bigger home construction, additions, things like that, garages, those are the pieces that change your assessment.
Good, thank you, Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, my understanding, construction costs aren't associated whatsoever with it. It's all based on market value, which is what's been explained to me over the last 10 years or so. So construction costs really have very, very little to do with the assessed value.
Excellent. And there is a brand new MPAC website that I've gone through now that I've finished building a house. If you have a chance to get online and look at it, it is very, very detailed, very neat. You can actually go and see homes throughout the township and assess values that they've used to compare your property with. So it's quite informative. Anyway, enough said on that one. Let's move on.
Thank you. So next one we look into is salaries and wages. So this is the salary and wages comparison of 2024 versus 2025. So as noted in the budget direction, includes a 3% COLA increase, so it's cost of living allowance, which is based off of CPI, the Consumer Price Index, for Ontario, all items. If I look at from June to June, that's what it's compared to, is 3% in Ontario. So that's where that 3% comes from. Full-time equivalent hours, that's what FTE stands for, has gone down slightly. That's due to the fact that there was an asset management coordinator put in the budget for 2024, which was unsuccessful in finding an applicant or a candidate for that. So we've moved that out of the operating budget and instead moved a portion of money in under capital for the asset management update, and I'll mention that again at the capital piece. Full-time employees has not changed. Casual has gone down by 2, and that's from the not operation of the Westmeath ice surface. Students has remained the same, and volunteer hours has remained the same. And just a note that the volunteer hours, fire hours, are not included in the FTE. It's only the casual and students, and they are full-time. If you're wondering why it does not add, it's because a casual person may only work a certain number of hours, and it's divided by the total number of hours that they work in that category. That's how the FTE is calculated. So this is just a quick synopsis of salaries and wages in a nutshell, going from council all the way down to drainage. The one point to note is planning and development and economic development. Now, while those amounts are substantial, the reason for that is under planning and development, this year we've allocated out 25% of the planner EDO's wages because part of their job description is economic development, and it has never been broken out before. So this year I've gone through and broke out 25% of their salary, so 25% has moved out of planning and development and been reallocated to an economic development. It's in an attempt to make economic development, that line item, more accurate as to what the township actually does towards that fund of economic development and show what the township is putting forward. Otherwise, it works out to be a 3%. The only difference in these lines, why they don't all tone to actually 3%, is that we removed, we did just a reallocation of the boot allowance out of benefits and into the just general operating, so that's why it causes a slight decrease. The other one is water and wastewater. These two one has seen a slight increase and the other one has seen a more of a decrease, and that's again because the asset management coordinator at the time was allocated a very small portion, 0.125 of an FTE, into both of these areas. And that comes to any questions.
Does it trigger any questions or comments from members of council? Yeah, Councillor Trim.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the treasurer, just going back one page to the recreation facilities, in that amount, $308,000, is there any grant at all in there to the Westmeath or Beachbrook facilities?
So through you, Ms. Mayor, yes, there is. So there's a 10% allocation of both the recreation, Parks and Recreation supervisor and the manager of community services. That's for management of the actual facilities, inspection of the facilities, and things like that. So it's 10% of both their salaries go to each of those facilities. And that's it for salaries that are allocated to those buildings. It's generally the other staff won't need to attend those buildings. Just those two should be the two that are more allocated to those.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good. Any other questions?
Thank you. So next thing, we look at our debentures, which is our debt. This is the amount that most recently brought that new debenture for the landfill compactor. This is tied to our actual revenues coming in and our annual repayment limit. Our annual repayment limit is just a little over $2 million, currently sitting at 1.6, and that is our total amount of what we're allowed to borrow is just a little over 2. So as you can see, at the end of 2025, another debenture will come off the books, our excavator. And then in 2026, there's 2 more debentures that will come off the books, and so on and so forth. The 2 new debentures have been added in there, almost at Jeffrey Lake and Cameron Street, as well as our landfill compactor. And yeah, total, the balance outstanding at the end of 2025 will be $13,429,189. I should note that in the payment amount, the 2025 payment amount, that is both principal and interest. That's why the first amount shows $81,072 when the actual balance just outstanding is $80,444. So just the debenture changes. So the landfill compactor was added, $861,431, and 2 payments have been budgeted for in 2025. You will also see the actual landfill compactor as part of the capital list for 2025. Because 2025 is the first year that actual piece of equipment will actually be financed. That's through this debenture. So it was a decision to keep it off the books for 2024 as more of a work in progress. And then in 2025, we'll actually start the actual process of paying for it and receiving the funds at that point in time. So it's 2 payments for 2025. It's a 10-year term. And the debentures that came off in 2024 are the solar panels and the backhoe and Freightliner tandem truck. So those were removed from this year's budget. Any questions?
Councillor Trim.
Yeah. Through you to the treasurer, how this debt amount, I know that we're supposed to keep it within a range, and how are we within our own range with this amount?
So currently we're just a little over 50%, but it's a very short-lived 50% because midway through 2025 is whenever this will actually be paid off. The government has a limit of around 75% of that limit that they prefer, and then after that they get a little tighter in what they want the actual debentures to come out as. I will be bringing a debenture policy forward to council, looking to keep it around that 50% mark. The only reason that I recommend that is for emergency capital and purchases. It's not the amount of money you can borrow, but the amount that pays back. So as interest rates either increase or decrease, yes, you can borrow more money for a longer period of time, but it requires that longer period of time to have more money invested. So any shorter pieces, so things like equipment that have finite lives of say 10 years, we cannot debenture for longer than the actual useful life of the asset. So that is one of the limiting factors in when we can borrow money. The shorter the term, the bigger the amount of money, the more it impacts our repayment limit. So those are all just factors that go through. But to answer your question, we're just a little over 50% right now.
Thank you.
Councillor Olmsted.
Do you have the expected payments for 2024? Do you know roughly what they are?
Not in front of me. It was very similar because there's very little change. The only difference is if you remove the landfill compactor at 104 and add back in $80,000 for these solar panels and the Freightliner and backhoe tandem.
So about the same as where we are now?
Yeah, very, very little change overall.
Thank you.
Councillor Moore.
Just wondering, the solar panels are paid off. Is that something we should be looking at as a council to put some money in reserves for repairs to maintain, or if these solar panels just sort of start to fizzle out, are we just going to let them go and do without the profit?
So right now, there's a portion of funding, we'd use that into general funding, the revenue from the solar panels. Off the top of my head, well, not quite off the top of my head, we've projected around $32,000 worth of revenue this year. Its budget is 40. We're hoping to get a little more out of them this year, going through an actual like a refurb process of going through the actual solar panels and ensuring their efficiency. But yes, there is things that need to be looked at. At this point in time, it's not projected to put anything into a reserve for the actual maintenance, but there is money under the building repairs and maintenance to look at certain things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I had one, I was looking quickly to see, do we talk about reserve balances at some point in the presentation?
So not in this presentation. I will be bringing a separate report to that. It would have hoped been to actually for today. With our financial statements, apologies that they've been so delayed through our auditor. They should be in the next council meeting, October 16th. I hope to bring those forward with all the year-end balances and a review of the reserves at that point in time, with 2023s being done, and then all the projections for 2024 included in as a wholesome report with all the reserves.
Okay, the question that leads me to do is that the revenue from interest on reserve balances. I just want to make sure that we don't lose track of that in where it is now and where we want it to get at some point.
Yeah, so all of our reserves currently sit as individual reserves, and the interest that is earned on cash flow in the bank, which is the reserve, the main reserve, is incorporated into the general operating every year. The only ones that actually grow by interest is our development charges, our OCIF, and our CCBF reserves. Those are mandated reserves through the Ontario government. So whenever those go through, all interest has to be allocated to those specific amounts, and those ones are allocated into those reserves and not counted as revenue until they're actually used.
Good. If we can just have a placeholder, we'll come back to that one.
Yep.
Good. Any other questions on this section of presentation? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
And that leads us into the general operating budget. So the financial information return, this is just a quick breakdown of where the categories that the FIR takes things and where they have to be allocated. So you get general government, which is our governance, the council, corporate committees, and our corporate management, so it's our administration side. Protective services is fire, police, emergency managers, building permit inspection, services and protective inspection and control. Transportation services is our roads, street sweeping, airport, environmental services, landfill, curbside collection, water and wastewater. Recreation and culture goes into our parks and arenas, libraries and museums, social services, economic development, tourist booth. And then planning and development, lastly, is our planning and zoning, our industrial park, and drainage. So under the general government category, these are the main aspects of that. So under council, the main increase for the council side is salary, the 3%, goes to a total of $5,700. Our ad hoc committees, which is the Muskrat Watershed Council, at this point in time, there's no projected change to the actual grant that's issued to them of $5,500 every year. Under the administration side, this is where you see the decrease, the substantial decrease of $419,000, and that's due to the removal of the capital reinvestment reserve, which is $404,000. Even amongst that $404,000, we were also able to find savings through the clerk of iCompass subscription change, which is removing the video tab from our iCompass portal and just using it as a link, and then tax write-offs. The only reason that one is decreasing is because there is a area where MPAC has changed the way that they actually provide us the roll book. When they used to provide us the roll book, any farm property or property that had a tenant farmer on it, which is where a person who owns a farmland but is not actually the farmer on that property, had another tenant who has a farm business number, was operating that property, they would then use their farm number to apply to get the farm taxation credit towards their property, or the farm tax class applied to the property. That incurred a reduction of their taxes by 75%. The problem is that prior to 2024, MPAC would move all those properties back to the residential class. So when we would do our actual calculation based on assessment, it was at 100%, not at the reduced amount. They have now changed that process so that they're leaving them all at the assessment and then just sending us new notices to increase taxation should they no longer qualify for the farm property class. A much easier way and much less time-consuming way of processing, because we had a number, if I was to guess, it was like 100, but I can ask Julie, of TIAs or tax incentive approvals that would come through, and it made for a big swing of taxation change. So the original amount under tax write-offs was just to offset that amount that we had to take off of that assessment change, just to kind of account for it. That not coming forward anymore, and the change, we can reduce that chunk of the budget. Then under the admin building, the biggest increases under there was the increase to building repairs and maintenance, which again was a noted piece from the council discussions, or my discussions with each individual councillor. The building and facade and the appearance and maintenance of the buildings is a council priority. Any questions to that category?
Any questions from council? Yeah, Councillor Moore.
When you looked at operating in buildings and there was an increase from 60-something to 72 or whatever, does that include the work that may need to be done with new furnaces, et cetera, because there's been problems over the years? Has that all been fixed, or is that to come this budget?
So that is actually a carry-forward project. So I've listed them in our capital assets, and whenever we get to that section, I'll talk a bit about them. On the slides, or the presentation page that I gave to each councillor, the capital spreadsheet has a carry-forward project at the bottom. So it's been counted, it's already been financed in a prior year, and it's just carrying forward now. It's where it's sitting. So this doesn't look at the furnaces piece. This is more building repairs, general inside, outside, windows, doors, things like that, things that have just started to be decay or need replacement, and that's kind of where that money is going towards.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Anyone else? Good. I'm just gonna, just one point, the ad hoc committee with the Muskrat Watershed Council, I just want to confirm that the creation or the establishment of that committee is mandated in our portion of the county official plan, correct?
Yeah, so the adoption of the Muskrat Lake policies did require us, through the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, to establish a committee, which is in fact the Muskrat Watershed Council. Yes.
Perfect. Good. So it is for us to be able to encourage and support development, especially around Muskrat Lake. That is a necessary investment. Good. Any other questions? Good. We'll keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is the protection to persons and property. So under this category is fire, policing, emergency managers, building, animal control, and bylaw enforcement. So fire, there's been a few.
You want to give that to Jonathan?
I'll give it in a minute.
Okay.
So there's been a few changes to this side. The operating and expenses have gone up a bit. FTEs remain the same. The main increase for this is the allocation of our bunker gear from capital to operating. And I'll let the fire chief make a mention of that.
Thank you. So our bunker gear has historically been an annual capital project because it times out at approximately 10 years. So instead of being a capital, it's just been moved over to operating. It doesn't change the amount that we're spending, it just changes where it's coming from. There's also been increased wages to 11,000, and that's just reflection of the COLA increase. And water usage, because of our use of hydrants for training and for operations outside of the area that has users paying for the water, it just seems reasonable that we would be paying a certain amount to the water usage. and there's a certain amount of strain that we would put on the system when we're using these hydrants.
Thank you. So yeah, it'll come later in this council meeting whenever we look at the recommendations from the wastewater task force. And I should mention that a few of those recommendations have already been kind of incorporated into this year's budget, pending the approval from council, just to try and show that we can allocate some of them ahead of time into the actual deliberations. One of them is the usage of water by the fire department to allocate something from the taxation side to the use of those systems, and that's where the $10,000 comes from. The other one I'll speak to is policing. So at this point in time, they have not confirmed their increase amount for the contract for 2025. However, with their new negotiations and contracts and things like that, it looks like I projected 3%. There was a slight decrease last year, but the trending wise, it won't be that way this year. 3% I think is a conservative amount. The other amount that's causing that increase is our Police Services Board, which is the new board that was entered into in April by council. So we are part of 7 municipalities. They have a general budget, and that budget is still being worked on at this point in time. So our estimate at this point is $20,000. As to which way it's broken out, it's still unknown whether it will be a direct split between the 7 municipalities or a proportioned amount. We're still working through that portion. So I've allocated $20,000 just as a high set limit, so that at this point in time, there's something allocated in the budget. The next area is our building department, and I'll pass it over to the CAO to speak to this one.
Yeah, thanks so much. So just a minor modification from total expenses from 2024 to 2025. So the building department remains, building services remain with 2 employees, which are 2 1/4. So 2 would be the CBO, Chief Building Official, and secondly, the Building Inspector Plans Examiner, both at full time, and then 1/4 of our Community Development Coordinator, so Rebecca. So no changes to the FTEs, and we're seeing a slight decrease in the operating of $15,000. So that was the cloud permit system. So there was a $15,000 annual charge for that. Cloud Permits is an online permit portal. So we've decided to move away from that. They're progressing to digitization through PDFs and online applications. So we're not using the software. We're doing it sort of internally step by step. So that's the minor change there. If you go to the next slide. So as council will be aware that on an annual basis, we have to record we have to record the budgeted revenue, expenses, and shortfalls. So as a requirement under the Ontario Building Code Act, we need to come to council with a final summarization report. So that 2023 report will be coming to council as part of our financial statements, which is expected at the next council meeting. In any case, as part of the 2024 budget deliberations, council did approve some modifications to the building fees. You may recall that. We're not proposing any changes to the fees, so we're looking to maintain the same calculation framework, but we are projecting a shortfall in revenue. So while we did project in building last year $210,000, we're projecting a revenue of about $184,000. So the pandemic boom is kind of past us, and we're seeing a lessened issuance of building permits. Recognizing that the budget expenses sort of remain the same, less the $15,000, and then we're expecting a budgeted shortfall of $93,000. So the Ontario Building Code Act establishes that you cannot generate a surplus, but you could have a deficit. It ends up being funded by the tax base for that level of service. So if I recall correctly, the level of comfort for council in 2024's budget was $74,000 for that budgeted shortfall, and then we're projecting a $93,000 budgeted shortfall moving into 2025. Thanks. I could keep going, yeah, to give you a bit of a break, Treasurer, yes. So with respect to the emergency measures, so that's a separate class in the pay system. So the 2024 operating expenses to 2025 are non-changing. There's a slight decrease, and the FTE remains the same. So emergency measures include preparation, materials, and some staffing as well for our CEMC. So by law enforcement, again, we're not seeing any significant changes at this point in time. There was a lot of discussion around the short-term accommodations and modifying our contract with MLES. We're still working through that. Naturally, there's going to be some delays with the passing of Mr. McBain, but we might see a slight increase there, but we're certain we'll be able to accommodate that within our operating 2%. And in animal control, a slight decrease of $835. So no major changes here around emergency measures, animal control, and bylaw at this time. So opportunity for questions.
Questions from council? Yeah, Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, I know you spoke to, regarding building department, you spoke to 2023. Do we know roughly what the revenue was from 2023?
2023.
So higher than 210, was it not?
Yeah, it was, memory serves around 215, 220, I think, is what the revenue was. It's been trending downward since, so the CEO spoke to it. Whenever COVID hit and the building boom happened, it caused a large increase, and then we've just kind of started seeing the end of those building permits being completed and the assessment being picked up, is why the revenue has kind of stagnated as well for growth. And then as the actual permit application's gone down, it's caused just the decrease in permits. Our fees and the structure has gone up, but the way the amount of permits that are actually applied for has gone down.
I'd like to keep an eye on the effect that our fees have had. Watching the Renfrew County housing reports the last few months, sales across and building across the municipality seem to be fairly in line with 2023. 2024 to 2023. So I want to keep an eye on the effect of the increases that we passed. Understanding it's a double-edged sword that we need to certainly raise revenue, and there's going to be a budget shortfall. It's just what appetite does council have for that shortfall? But I think we need to keep an eye on the effect of our decisions. Thank you.
Yeah, so the total revenue was under the building permit was $165,000 in total. So it actually didn't come. It was the 270 that we were thinking of was what was actually budgeted as revenue, which was what the budgeted amount was. It was a hope, I guess, a large budget side, and that's what caused that change.
And sorry, what was the actual then?
102 for building permits, but in the grand total under the building department, it was 165.
165.
I will say one thing that we've looked at and it's on the sheets that was provided to you, the projected deficit for 2025, or for 2024, sorry, is 95,000, even based on what we budgeted for last year. So even this 2024 amount that was originally budgeted for of a loss of $74,000 or a shortfall of 74 is more looking like 95, and that's where this new number for 2025 is coming from. It's just the projection on understanding the permits the way they are going for 2024 so far, being to 2025.
Super, thank you.
But just a clarification on that last exchange, the 165 revenue, that's an actual?
That's an actual,
And
yes.
for what year?
That was 2023.
Good. And then just to clarify, the number that we have on our slides for 2024, we budgeted $74,000 shortfall.
Yes.
We're right now looking at probably being at $95,000 shortfall.
That's correct, yeah.
Then that, based on that information, that has helped you forecast the 2025 numbers.
Exactly. It's a hard thing to measure the actual amount of permits that are going to receive because we have no idea for the building. So a lot of these are less easy to estimate projections. So it's looking at trending years and trending. It has the trending is downward. So that's just the way it looks. Since we can't say there's going to be 100 permits come next year, it could be 5. So this is just a straight projection. That's why there can be that swing of difference between what we actually budget for and to what it actually comes in as actual.
Yeah. I'm just going to hold us on this topic before we move off building permits or building department. Is there any other comments on building department specific? I see Councillor Bell and then Councillor Trim. Can you flip Councillor Bell to the main screen?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect.
I was just wondering if there's been any investigation as far as increasing the revenue for the building department. With our permits, maybe stagnating or going down, whether there would be some opportunity in surrounding municipalities to help out with their building department and inspections and that sort of thing, whether there's been any investigation into that or whether there was any opportunity that way just to, as another possible revenue stream by assisting some neighboring communities.
Yeah, so we have entered into agreements with Bonashire Valley to manage their complex buildings and large buildings. So we are generating, some revenue with respect to that. Currently, they have some construction occurring, and we're there generally one morning per week to do some inspections and connect with the contractor. So we are doing that. We've also entered into discussions with the townships of Horton and Amherst Bromley to provide some backfilling during the absence, like holidays and the like, of their chief building official. So that's going to get formalized in the next few months with council's decision. With respect to that, the strategy was a pilot for 1 year to estimate the cost, and then we might look at a second year with generating some revenue, some cost back to us from Horton and Amherst Bromley. So those are the two items we've explored. Other strategies we're examining, and Doug, I'd be remiss if Doug would listen to this, and I didn't mention it, is that presently the building services do some planning. They do general inquiry responses. They do building location plan review. So we had strategized to move some of the salary to planning, but in the end, it's all going to get covered by general taxation. So for the purposes of the presentation today, we've left it 100% CBO and plans examiner in building services, but we could examine pulling out 10% or 25% from the CBO to the planning side, but in the end, it's all tax funded. So that's to respond to your question, Councillor Bell. Thanks.
Good. Okay. And Councillor Trim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my question was pretty well answered. I was just wondering if the anticipated revenue included services to other municipalities, if we could kind of estimate that. I know that services to Eganville may go down, but then we've just been informed that services other places may pick up. So I'm glad that the services to other municipalities is included in the budget forecast. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Just before we move beyond this one, any other comments or questions on building department deficit? Councillor Tafford?
Yes. Under policing, which is part of this discussion, there's a total increase of 50,324 and then a contract increase. What's the contract that we have with the OPP?
So that's just the general, just for them to provide our services. I refer to it as a contract, but it's the actual agreement with the OPP in order to do their funding. So it's their annual requisition. So normally under this category, they would only, like that 1,110,000, that was what we paid for OPP servicing from the Upper Ottawa Valley Detachment Board and the Renfrew Detachment. That's what we actually pay for policing within the township. That, if I go back to that original slide, when I talked about the breakdown of where your tax dollar goes, that's where the 8% goes. So I noted it as a contract, but really it's the agreement between the municipality and the province to provide policing within the township.
But why is there a difference then between 50,000 and 30,000 if we don't have a contract? I'm not sure. So we have an increased total of 80,000 then?
No. So the total increase is $50,000 above. The 30 and the 20 is what totals the $50,000. That's just a breakdown of the two pieces. So if you look, that total increase line is the total increase between the 2024 operating and the 2025 operating. I noticed I put that as 24, that's supposed to be 25. The difference between the 1,061,108 and the 1,010,784 is 50,324.
Right.
What makes that up is the estimated contract increase of 30,000 and the estimated police service board at 20,000. 30 and 20 is the 50.
Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just to avoid, maybe we can take those two bullets and just indent them.
Yep, yep.
Make them sub-bullets of the other one.
Yep.
Good. Okay, I'll keep going. Councillor Trim?
Yes, while we're on policing, the $20,000 for the police board, Mr. Mayor, is new, I'm understanding. And if that amount is multiplied by 7, that's $140,000. And I'm just wondering what the police board is doing for us for $140,000. I'd like to see that budget and what we're getting for, because this is a brand new cost. Policing costs are going up, and now we've been mandated to do this. I would have hoped that that cost would have been subtracted from the police contract. That would have been fair. So I'm wondering, I'm sure we're going to get it, but I'll be interested to know, and you explained, Mr. Treasurer, that we're not sure it's going to be 20 times 7, but if it is, that's $140,000, and I'd like to know what our municipality is going to get for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. So just to make sure that we are clear on this OPP, and I'll flip it over to the CAO here for a comment in a second. When you, Councillor Tabbitt, you asked about a contract for the policing. It's not really a contract. The province has said the municipality shall pay for policing in this proportion. So contract or not, this is what we pay. And the second, it falls in the same alignment. And the good news is we were supposed to be on 2 police boards. We've opted to only participate in 1. So our costs are not twice, but 1 times that. And that budget, I believe the breakdown, the CAO is still negotiating. So I'll let you talk to that one.
Yeah, so the full budget was presented to the township, so through myself, and our councillor rep, Councillor Tabbert, attended a session where they discussed and deliberated on the budget. After that deliberation, we've met as the CAOs with the police, the new Police Services Board chair, to review the budget and to get concurrence. There was a lot of questions from CAOs because of the sheer cost surrounding that. So I think they've somewhat gone back to the drawing table, if you will, and at some point in time, it will come back to our council for approval, or at least some discussion. So they're working on finalizing the budget, item 1, and 2, how are they going to proportionally distribute that to the 7 communities? So those are the 2 items they're trying to finalize. So we'll have updates in the near future, and most likely before the November 20th council deliberations on the budget, we could provide you with a summary of that. The original estimate was about $125,000 on the fulsome budget. That includes remunerations and a whole variety of activities and projects. Thanks.
Good. And it will come back to council. And just to clarify, I just want to, as far as we're concerned, from a budgeting perspective, that police board will pay for all of the expenses associated with our rep participating on that police board. We don't now need to increase our operating for her to participate. It's included in our portion of the total expense.
That's correct, yes.
Good. Good. And there'll be more discussion on OPP policing costs. I think I've asked the clerk to bring forward a proposal from another municipality so that will be a resolution that was passed about OPP costs, but it'll come to us in a future meeting. So we'll come back to that discussion. Councillor Olmsted.
Thank you. I'm interested as well regarding the costing for Police Services Board. Question on the current police contract. Do we know, have they moved to that new model that they discussed a couple of years ago where it was a whole change in appropriation to municipalities, where some of the northern municipalities, for instance, weren't paying anything, and it was actually the southern municipalities were subsidizing the northern, and they were rejigging the entire apportionment. For instance, 2 years ago, I think our cost was like 1.2 million, so it's actually come down over the last few years. But I think it's partly because they were changing the entire police model of how municipalities were paying for OPP. So do we know, is that in full effect yet? Does anybody know?
So I'm pretty sure it is in full effect now. Yeah, so our actual billing is based on number of households and number of commercial businesses. Yeah, that's how our actual calculation is generated to what we actually pay. And then there's another add-on piece for a number of calls and like a breakdown piece that we're provided every year that shows how they come to their number. So they take their salaried hours for detachment for reporting, and then an allotment for every household, and that's what comes to our total amount for policing each year.
Good. Any other questions? Okay, I have a couple of, so I'm going to start with the fire chief. The bunker gear, the $38,000 per year that we've got budgeted on an annual basis for that bunker gear. I just want to make sure, in my mind, that represents 1/10 of the total value of all of our bunker gear. We're replacing basically 10% of the bunker gear every year. Is that correct?
That's pretty close, probably 9th, 10th. We're splitting hairs here, but yeah, we're very close.
Concept is right. Okay, good. So it's just basically we're recognizing that a portion of it, a 10th, a 9th of it gets renewed every year.
Yeah, exactly. Just so we're not purchasing, 30 or 40 sets in 1 year and then nothing.
Perfect. Okay, good. And I acknowledge the water usage. I think that's, and I look forward to the wastewater task force report, but I acknowledge that $10,000 for water usage I think is a good perspective. And my other comment is just with respect to the building department deficit. I acknowledge Councillor Olmsted's comment about basically see what happens this year, not an intent to increase revenue by increasing permit costs, but to watch and use general taxation to cover that $95,000 shortfall. And I haven't heard any other members of council object to that perspective. So we'll hold there unless somebody has an objection as direction to staff. Okay, good. The question I had, just when you talked about planning support, CAO, for a CBO department that doesn't have a planner on staff, do they also do planning support to some degree, or is it all provided by county? And general.
I would say that this would date back maybe 2 or 3 years, but I remember a colleague of mine in another community who was the treasurer. He was the treasurer and a variety of other responsibilities, including maybe zoning administrator. So in communities where the county is doing the plan, I don't think they're looking at compliance reports, zoning compliance reports. They're not looking at the building location plans that are submitted as part of building permit applications, and they're likely not dealing with inquiries about what is the zoning of my property. Like, these are the basic planning tools that are planning responses and roles. So yeah, that's my stab at the question. That's the response.
I guess the point is that it's not abnormal for CBOs to be performing limited planning functions and support just by virtue of the files that cross their desk.
That's correct. And I think the sheer workload in the planning services and the recognizing that we're building the knowledge and experience of our current staff, that is they're having to focus on the applications and less of the minor inquiries. So we're trying to shift that to building wherever possible.
Perfect. Good. If there's no other questions, then we're going to hold these slides as presented. with the intent that right now the $95,000 shortfall for building is funded through general taxation. That's the direction. Good? Okay. Thank you, Treasurer.
Thank you. Next, we move on to transportation. So the Transportation Department makes up of roads, streetlights, and our airport commission allotment. And I'll pass it over to the Manager of Public Works to discuss the transportation side.
Yes, the annual increase from 2024 is $56,000. It's the same FTE. And some of the reductions is in fuel is 21,000, and then some of the increases are building repairs and maintenance, line painting up 10,000, dust control up 5,000, gravel road program increase of 15,000, and guardrails is a new item that was never included in capital budget previous, but we do have a large amount of guardrails that we would like to have a annual program to renew. And then also with engineering services, that is for to help with if it's drainage problems, or if also helps with geotechnical for a road in the future, or also some minor engineering on a road. Thank you. Some of the changes, so user fees for private road sign was their previous. This is a cleanup that we do provide private road signs as part of the county on 911. And then also with the utility road crossing permit. This was more of a cleanup also, that the fee of $250, and I don't believe this was for utilities like such as Hydro One or NRTC. I think this was wasn't for that, so this is being removed. The gravel road program. So since the gravel road program started in 2020, the map, there's been a lot of roads completed. The original intent was to complete around 10 to 12 kilometers a year. We've seen a decrease in that the last 2 years with the price of gravel. But this year we have 4 roads listed, two sections of Pleasant Valley Road, Oran Road, and Acres for a total of 10.1. And then also with streetlights, a minor increase of $800, and then with the airport, I'll pass it on to Treasurer McGonigal.
Thank you. So the airport is an annual requisition based on their budget, which we present to council to pass the budget and pass what the actual requisition will be for the year. The main point I note here is that the decrease is allowed because our current requisition is around $17,000, and it's limited as the actual increase they can request from municipalities each year. So we're still far within that amount of $20,000, but it's a lot more accurate. If I was to guess, I would say our next year's will be about $19,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Councillor Olmsted.
With respect to the gravel road program, I have noticed some neighboring municipalities they're starting to use quarry A material. And I expect it's probably quite a bit more expensive than a regular granular A. Have you seen similar activity? And just want to know your thoughts on quarry A versus the A gravel that we're currently using.
Yeah, and I can pass it along to the superintendent. The one item that most of our pits locally are not limestone quarries. So we do source. We are unique. In most municipalities that we actually go, we actually buy the raw material and actually crush it. with a contract versus actually hiring companies that will supply it from their own pit into, so there's a difference, but I'll pass it off to Kyle.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the same thing, like Lane said. Our material is not limestone, so we don't have that nice gray granular material that other places do. We could certainly look at the cost to see what it would purchase, what it would be, or what it would be to purchase and have that material trucked in. There would definitely be an increase in that cost, which would ultimately reduce that amount of kilometers we could put down in a year. There's pros and cons to both, right? It's our material that we crushed this year seems to be really decent material. It's got nice, good granulars in it. I know in the past, sometimes it's been a little sandy, but I think we're on track to have a better product, and we're trying to have companies that want to do a good product for us. So I think we're on track to keep going.
And so, again, sorry if I missed that. We do, for example, on, I think it's Bean Line, with a neighboring municipality, that be sure the maintenance, our section is not limestone and the other section is limestone. And we do monitor it to see, it seems to be, it is different reacts, the limestone does harden up, but also creates with other issues also. One thing I'd like to note, sorry, there was an error on the slide. It's not Oran Road, it's Current Line, sorry, my apologies. But it is still 10.1 kilometers.
Good, Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, so yeah, just with respect to quarry versus regular, there'd have to be a performance increase, obviously, to warrant the cost. So I'm not suggesting that we change. I'd just like to understand, I do see other regions using it. So I'd like to understand, is it a performance issue? Is it a cost issue? Understanding that some of these guys have the quarry right in their township, so maybe the township owns the quarry. I'd just like to kind of keep an eye on that in the future. If there's a great performance issue and we're not having to put down as much over the long term of the life of the road, then maybe it's something we should look at.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, Councillor Trim.
Yes, the cost for gravel, is that based on our applying it with our own fleet, or is it contracted out?
It is a mixture. For example, in 2024, majority is our own fleet and our own staff. In the past, and then also this year, with the length of it, especially if it's a long haul road, we will hire belly dumps, for example, from companies that will assist us.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I just to stay on the gravel road program for a moment. So my math is that we have about 120 kilometers of gravel road. I'm looking at the superintendent, I'm getting the nod. Good, okay. Numbers flow through my brain. So at 10 kilometers this year, we're doing essentially that our road every 12 years, 10 kilometers. So gravel road gets addressed every 12 years with a 10 kilometer per year. So coming back to Councillor Olmsted's, if it was limestone, we'd have to see some kind of extension, like it was one every 15 years. The extra cost bought us 3 more years per road. The cost benefit analysis on that, that's the perspective I think you were going at. Higher level of standard, but it still doesn't cost us anymore. We buy more time in terms of the performance of our asset. And I acknowledge Councillor Trim's point. We have to acknowledge the use and wear and tear in our vehicles. That's not a hidden cost, and I know you have it factored in elsewhere in the budget, but it's important where it makes sense to contract this out. We need to contract it out. Using our trucks where it's more expensive doesn't make sense to anyone. Good. No other questions. I'm just gonna, I wasn't clear on the line painting increase of $10,000. Are we increasing the number of kilometers that we are providing line painting on, or just increasing the level of service on the lines we currently have?
Yes, if I don't mind, Mr. Mayor, so just going back, the on the gravel road program, as per our gravel road policy, it does state that it's renewed every 5 to 7 years. And as you mentioned, your math is correct. It's probably about every 10 years, which is the current rate. I think the goal is to get back to that, but and with the small increase this year that we are doing extra than we were previously for the last couple of years. And then with the line painting, we are trying to achieve that to provide stop bars in all locations for the township, and then providing a lot of our roads that don't have center line, and then also with our areas that we have that we've done hard and shoulder, that we are doing edge lines to it. Just an overall increase. This on a number of this should bring us to potentially the full requirement.
That's perfect. Okay, so we can acknowledge that it's an increase in the level of service.
That's correct.
But a $10,000 annual increase in this budget line will suffice for that additional kilometers of line painting in order to maintaining whatever additional paint we put down.
That's correct.
Good, okay. The last one on that page is just the engineering, the $10,000. I just remember at county, they are hiring an engineer. That $10,000 for engineering, is that our own engineer? Is that hiring through county? How is that typically spent?
So this was previous in multiple previous years. In 2024, it was removed. So to put it back in, and it's anything from engineering, from consulting companies, and also if the county is offering services to that, I'm sure that potentially there's a fee to it. I haven't spoke to the department about it, and it'd also be geotechnical services or and surveys. Sorry.
Perfect. Good. Sorry, I have just one last question. On the user fee changes, I'm just not clear on the private road sign. Are we saying that we're not charging for the replacement, or it's completely at their discretion, or when it's removed like that?
Yeah, no, part of so the county now in one that all roads, including municipal roads and private roads, are signed, have the road sign. In this case, it's just more of a cleanup that we are, if a sign is damaged or damaged, that we'll go in and replace it for free of charge. In the cases where if it's a new subdivision or new road created, typically even a stop sign, or if it's a road sign, sorry, there's a fee that it's brought back to the developer. But in this case, I think the intent was to actually charge residents on private roads, and going forward, it's just on cleanup. Sorry.
Yeah. Perfect. Good. No other questions? We'll keep going.
Thank you. The next section is environmental services. So under this section is our wastewater, water, recycling, waste, and our landfill. There's been a few changes in here, and I will defer to the Superintendent Environmental Services to discuss those changes, mainly with contracts and other sides.
Yes, so the first change that you'll note is the recycling line item. In 2024, the budget was 364, and in 2025, it's 147. This is the decrease of 216,000. So that represents the township's, the change to the recycling program to extended producer responsibility. So the township will be responsible for delivering recycling services up until the end of June. Beyond that, CMO will be taking over the program. So the decrease represents the amount that we will not be paying our current contractor Miller to collect recycling. You will see it on the other side when the treasurer goes over revenues, but we will also see a decrease in the amount of payment that we receive from CMO. So there is a little bit of an offset, but we do come out with some savings on that end. Under waste, the 2024, so this is the curbside collection amount, Treasurer, is that correct? For the operating expenses, it actually shows it going up, an increase of $95,875. So in reality, what's happened, the total between the two contracts, the recycling collection and the waste, the savings is actually, essentially Miller had been showing us incorrectly over the past 2 to 3 years the separation between their recycling charges and the garbage charges. Their contract was initially signed in 2020, and then shortly thereafter there were some changes to the township's program on collection, where we moved away from the yellow bags only at the curb to the 2 free bags per week collection, and that adjusted the costs of the contract. So the total cost of the contract stayed the same, but the way they were using the trucks was adjusted because they were previously using a full truck for garbage, 2 full trucks for recycling, and then they moved to a split truck, and it sort of jigged things around. Long story short, the waste does show an increase, and the recycling shows a larger decrease. And in reality, this actually benefited us in the long run because we received more funding in previous years from the recycling, the payments back from CMO. That was a little confusing. We can discuss that if anybody has any other questions offline, but that one is a little tricky. But essentially, the contract that Miller has provided us for the following year is essentially the same, with minor increases to CPI kind of related. As far as the landfill goes, there was an increase in $22,875, and my understanding is this is strictly to do with wages? Yeah. Yes. So the user fees, we are not proposing to change in the user fees. They're currently at $168, and they will remain at $168 in 2025. So for the user fees, we have proposed a 2% increase on a number of items, essentially the minimum charge, which is currently $20 for 200 kgs. The proposed increase is 21.5, and then that is reflected through the tipping fees throughout the rest of the schedule, at least for the top line and the sorted. And this is simply to keep pace with inflation, the intention being that it's a slow, gradual increase over time, as opposed to catch-ups when you don't account for inflation over time. One item to note is the unsorted loads line. So in 2024, the amount was $210 per ton. We have recommended increasing this to $268.75, which is actually 2 times the tipping fee. Currently, it is 2 times the tipping fee. This is the rate that is currently set with our neighbors, the town of Renfrew, as well as Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre. So that kind of puts us in line with our neighbors. And again, this rate, the intention of it is to really hammer home that we want loads to come in sorted, so that there is less recyclable waste ending up being landfilled. So an unsorted load would be something such as garbage coming in mixed with leaf and yard waste, or recyclables, or scrap metal. You're charged at the higher rate. So this is an encouragement for loads to be properly separated to reduce our landfilling rates. So again, the remaining charges on the trees and baled on the trees and timber is also increasing by that 2%. Another item to note is the baled agricultural plastic. So previously, when agricultural plastic was coming in baled, so squished and on pallets, There was an intention that there was a program that was going to be offered through Farm Waste Canada, where that material could be taken and recycled. Unfortunately, that program never materialized. At least to here, my understanding is that it is operating sort of north of Toronto area, but it didn't come out to the rest of the province. So for the past year, we have been accepting baled agricultural wrap at no charge, but it has been being landfilled, which results in a cost to our landfill, essentially. So this is just accounting for that. So I think the intention would be that if that program did become available, I've looked into it several times and I keep getting the answer that not here yet. So if it did come in the future, we would definitely reinstitute the no charge on the baled agricultural wrap if it doesn't have a charge to us. Another proposed change here is in relation to contaminated soil. So in the past, currently we have been accepting contaminated soil, and the proposal here is to no longer accept it. Contaminated soil is a tricky one in that the acceptance of it can have impacts to our contaminant attenuation zone. Essentially, if we accept the wrong thing one year, we might have develop a problem because of it years down the line. It's a struggle generally for the operation of landfill to accept contaminated soil. Oftentimes, when it's coming from places that generate soil, they aren't coming in with all the data they need. It's a struggle for us to make sure that this is that we're staying in compliance accepting this. So that's as proposed, but and then the last one being boats, the same thing. It's the 2% increase as described in the tipping fee and minimum charge. Are there any questions?
Good. Any questions from council? We're going to take a break after this one, so power through. We're going to Councillor Tabbert first and then Deputy Mayor.
Yes, so are you saying that these agricultural plastics that they use, like this is for the silage and stuff like that, that we landfill that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Is there nothing we can do? I mean, that's a lot of plastic that isn't going to go anywhere.
So there was a program that the municipality signed into. It was through the Northern Ontario Farm Innovation Alliance. The municipality signed up. It was a pilot program that ran from 2020 to 2023. Got extended, but it never got formalized, and no, actually, my knowledge that no product was actually it was stockpiled, but never got actually to the end user. That it would happen. My knowledge of talking to the alliance that the proposed use for it never actually materialized. So currently, that staff have looked on alternatives, but there's no alternative to recycle or to make a different use of that product. Previous to the municipality, it was landfilled. In the one case here, we might see if we can, because it is large material that with it, we can either use our compactor or grind it. It's one of the two.
I hate to say this, but can we just not accept it?
That's a tricky one. There isn't another location that I understand for it to be taken. So Bruce County is the location where the pilot program has been operating, and farms are able to use some of the seed companies in the area for seed bags and pesticide containers and those sorts of things. But bale wrap just isn't something that they've figured out a source to be able to take the end product as Lane was. It's the same with plastic bags in our general recycling program. We'd love to be able to find a place for somebody to take them, but they're not. They're simply landfilled.
Thank you.
Good. And Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So with RV trailers, where do they fall in under there?
So RV trailers come in, so previously, there was like a vehicle line item where those were charged by the foot. That was removed last year, and they simply are charged by the tonnage rate. So an RV trailer coming in, because we have the scales now, is charged at the tipping fee rate.
Councillor Trim, then Councillor Olmsted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the manager. After the new recycling program comes into effect, we will still be having recycling line item, expense line item, because I'm wondering if we're helping out, say, the fairs, that sort of thing, and we're picking up recycling. Have you included that in your expenses? Like there will be some recycling costs that we will be incurring, I suspect, and have you put that in as part of your projected expense?
Yes.
Thank you.
So in 2025 is what they're terming our transition year. So this is the year in which the eligible and non-eligible source material, so residential material and commercial institutional material, are permitted to be collected on the truck together. That material will still be collected as normal. What the township will be responsible for payment for cost-wise for the non-eligible material is the tonnage costs associated with that material. So it's essentially a percentage of the total stops. We know we have about 4,000 stops. We've got about 150, say, of these non-eligible stops. That percentage rate is what will be charged back to us for that material to go to be processed. As well as any material that comes to the landfill, again, that there's a calculation that's done based on the number of properties and how many properties are eligible versus not eligible. It makes a percentage, and that's what's charged back to us at the rate, I believe it's $260 a ton. So we haven't formally received the contracts from Circular Materials Ontario for that. They are posted on their website. We are able to see them and see what other communities that have transitioned are paying. So we are aware, after speaking with our contractor Miller, that we will be paying the tipping costs for the recycling material. Beyond 2025 is when we will start to see that we're not able to co-collect the eligible and the non-eligible source material. So the residential, we will not be able to collect the commercial material on the same truck. And we are waiting for word from essentially Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre to confirm whether or not we will be able to take our recycling material from from commercial businesses to that facility. We haven't officially received word on that yet. And if it is the case, we will be able to set up a separate contract, and there would be collection costs and tipping fees associated with that. So that is in the works. That's what we're trying to figure out currently, and we will have numbers for that for the 2025 budget. But as far as the 2026 budget, as far as 2025 goes, we are just paying the tipping fees on the non-eligible source material.
So there's much more to follow on this.
Yes.
But we do acknowledge that there's going to be recycling costs. As we get through the transition year, it'll become more apparent to us for 2026. Good. Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. What year of the contract are we currently in with the current provider?
So we are currently in year 5 of the contract with Miller, which comes up on March 31st of 2025. And Miller's provided us, so in our contract with them, there is year 6 and year 7 pricing that basically had the garbage and recycling costs combined. They have provided us a letter pulling apart the cost to show what they will charge us to bridge the garbage and recycling contracts from the end of March, so April 1st to June 30th. So there was a small portion of time where the recycling, our contract for year 5 is up, but CMO hasn't taken over the recycling program from us yet, which happens at the end of in July. So they've provided us the pricing for garbage and recycling collection cost for that April, May, June period. And then they provided us the collection cost for just garbage for July through December. And then, as I mentioned before, we'll have that small payment for the tipping fees for the non-eligible source material from the recycling as well. So we have those numbers broken out and they are available offline if we.
So just back to the slide 45, please. So are you telling me that in year 5, they are now finding a discrepancy in the recycling operating costs in the year that they will no longer be the provider?
Yeah, that is correct, and we've asked twice now for a greater clarification for that. As Dan has mentioned before, it has helped us in funding for recycling, but going forward, I totally understand the same thing. We asked twice now for it, so we want to get more clarification because the contract. Basically, their response was that we changed our from the 2 bags that they were yellow bags to this 2 bags in total. That provided additional.
That was
additional truck, but that
5 years ago.
Exactly, and that's what my point was to them. So we are having meetings scheduled with them. One thing to note is that we're going to come back to council with proposing to extend the current contract to the end of 2025, and then Dana is scheduling meetings with our neighboring municipalities to determine what's the avenue of because the neighbors to our west are with Millers currently, and they have the exact same contract term as ours. So we want to determine is if they're going to extend their contract to beyond 2025, or if they're going to go out for tender, and then we would potentially tender with them to have a greater
So just to cut to the chase, and please forgive my skepticism. So do I understand the current contract ends March of 2025 with the opportunity to extend 2 years? Is that under the current conditions?
I believe it's 2 one-year deals.
2 one-year deals, okay. Okay, well, obviously, I don't think we move forward at all until that contract gets opened, and I do not support that whatsoever. And the reason for that is that we could be looking at, in totality, a huge increase in the cost of recycling and waste, because we still have a recycling program that we're going to have to look at that's going to cost the township some sort of money for the commercial side. So there's something is going to end up having to give. So the windfall of 216 is now 100,000, but we're going to be spending money. It's going to be passed on, obviously, but I don't support the Miller contract whatsoever at this point in time. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if we would ever entertain, now that this contract's coming to an end, there was a time when we had a private contractor that picked up recycling and garbage. Would we entertain seeing if there would be somebody out there that may entertain doing that? And what would that cost be? Because it is very expensive. I know it's expensive, but Miller's, they just have right now they have the full contract for everything. So I think it might be worth our while to see if that may be an option that we may go back to again, just to see if there's anything, an appetite out there.
Yeah, so in 2025, we'll, with staff will bring to council various different options once the contract is finished, if we're extending, and then what's happening beyond 2025. Is it tendering as a whole with garbage and with waste, sorry, and then also with the non-eligible recycling, or one option that we don't provide recycling to the non-eligible, or potentially you will have different rates. If you just go back one slide, Treasurer, if you don't mind. If you go back, sorry, that slide there. One option that could be, you have two different rates for the waste collection fee. One would be for the residential, and one be for the for commercial, for example. So that's one that will be discussed when we transition. And the one thing that we are looking also is what's through a meeting we want to creating not a task force, but a meeting with all of our neighboring municipalities, and what's the average rate per stop for waste collection post transition.
Councillor Moore?
While we're on this topic, the mayor and myself have had a few requests for large item pickup. Is that something that we could slowly work on next year? I know there hasn't been enough time this year, but if we are going to start to contract, whether it be with Miller's or our future company, is that something we could price out at the same time, one large pickup per year?
Yeah, if that was council's wishes, that we part of the, if we went to go out for tender, that we would include an item for large collection.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on, I can't even remember what this section's called, waste services? Environmental services. Any other comments? Okay, I'm going to throw a couple and I'll try to summarize what I've heard. So on the first slide, slide number 45, when we talk about recycling, waste, and landfill, I'm triggered just as much as Councillor Olmsted and the Deputy Mayor on, you know, what do we do when this contract's over? How long do we carry on this contract that has, you know, after 5 years, the price goes up? I'm curious, not only can we find an economy amongst our neighbors, but at what price point should we just do it ourselves? Is there going to be a certain price point where we think we could do it cheaper ourselves with the municipal employee or some other RFP? So those things have to be taken into consideration. I know we can't rush into it, and I don't want that, but we have to acknowledge the costs are going to reach a certain point where we have to look at alternatives. So that'll have to be put on the list. The large item pickup, I think it's worthwhile looking into, as Councillor Moore had said. We just have to remember there is a tipping fee consideration there, and how we get away with, right now, there's a revenue coming in when they come to the landfill. That revenue will disappear if we go and pick it up, unless we include it in the fee for the large item pickup. So it's going to be a balancing approach. It's not going to be a very cheap alternative. The user fee slide, I took up the point that was raised by Manager of Public Works, and I know that Laurentian Valley has a commercial rate for waste collection, so I can see that model being something we might have to consider going forward, but I know staff are looking at that with the whole transition plan. And when we get to the last slide, I didn't hear any feedback on the changes, the 2% increases on most of the costs. The context for the unsorted loads seemed received well. The two areas that caught my attention personally is the baled agricultural plastic. I am concerned with that because we may not see it come to the landfill then. It's still being used, still being consumed, but where's it going? And that we need to consider. I'd like to make sure that maybe there's a lever I can help pull if we're not getting the support and it's only Bruce County. So if that can be put on the list of maybe something we can follow up with there and involve OFA or county. Sorry, did you want to jump in?
So the one thing I did want to mention is that there is a difference between baled agricultural wrap and agricultural wrap. So we do regularly receive a lot of agricultural wrap, and they have always paid for it. It's this baled option where it's squished and put on pallets is the difference, and that was the intention of that was the stuff that could go to the recycling program. So we do still regularly receive it. Quite often.
Okay, as long as we're receiving it. The other thing with the contaminated soil, I just wanted to dig into it again quickly because I'm hearing horror stories in Quebec about what's happening here, where they're finding very cheap locations to put contaminated soil on private property, and then it's becoming a problem when it affects people's wells. So I want to make sure that if we're not accepting contaminated soil, where is the closest place that it is accepted? Can we confirm that?
Yes, so there are typically 3 locations that we would refer people to. The first would be Carp Road, which is the waste management run site. In speaking with them, they are not currently accepting waste level contaminated soil, but when they get open and landfilling again, will be looking for that soil. We understand Trail Road had typically taken it in the past. They are not taking it currently because they're dealing with their own capacity challenges. And Moose Creek would be the third site which is a GFL site, I believe, that will take it. So there are 3 sites to the south of Ottawa, all lined landfills that are accustomed to managing this type of material.
Councillor Trim.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to just go back because it was mentioned at the end about the bulk pickup. I'm thinking that it's not going to cost very much for staff to get to investigate the cost. But I am worried about trying to solve a problem that we don't have. I have heard from one individual that that he would like this service. I don't know what other interest is out there. I'm not enthusiastic about finding more services to provide to people. There's a kind of a creep that happens. And as we've heard recently we've had our own experience, but we've heard recently from Ottawa where they're trying to cut back on garbage pickup, what kind of an uproar that caused. So I am going to be very careful about providing more services to people that we might have to claw back in the future. And certainly, if a large portion, majority of the people in our municipality want large bulk item pickup once or twice a year, fine. If that's what people want, fine. I'm not so certain that there's a great need for that out there. And but to get a price for it, I don't think would be very costly to find out what it would be. But I've stated my concern here. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any other feedback from members of council on that perspective? Right now, we're not suggesting that it is something, a level of service we want to increase to. It is simply if we are looking at future contract options, throw it in so we can see a price on it. Is that a fair approach? Yeah, and from a staff perspective, is that onerous?
No, for sure, and definitely can be added. And the one thing, item 2, that I would suggest that we also provided a pilot program for leaf collection. That's something, that option that could be even, for example, do a survey, and it could be, and if it's in rural versus an urban area, it could be changed in different areas. Same as if we move, like, currently we have one waste across the fee across the township, and one option it could be that you have multiple in different areas, or you select different, or by a whole, if you select different items, if it's large pickup, or if it's leaf and yard waste, like, it could be added to the fee.
Any other comments? Good. We're going to take a recess. Let's plan to be back here for 11:30. That gives everybody 10 minutes to stretch their legs, and then we'll get back into it. Thank you. Excellent, and welcome back to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for October 2nd, our budget planning meeting. And we're going to recommence where we left off. Our plan is to go for another 60 minutes for 12:30, then we'll take a short break for lunch. And our goal over the next 60 minutes is to get through to the end of slide 85. Now, if there are additional questions, and we need to take the time, we will take the time. I'm not trying to rush anybody or curb any discussions, but that's the objective, just so you have some context. Good. I have one follow-up question from our previous presentation, and that was, we were talking about tracking contributions in kind. Environmental services is a huge contributor in kind to a lot of functions. How is that being tracked?
So at this point in time, and yes, it was something that I omitted from the actual presentation today, is we are tracking and going through the consolidation of all in-kind, but it was how to record it on the actual budget and the books. So my thought, and I haven't passed this through staff yet, but is to do a report to council, a separate report to council on the in-kind contributions that the township provides. Some of them have no monetary value above the actual expenses we already expense. They're already included in their actual budget lines. So it's just an allocation of a revenue side from one budget line to another budget line. More or less, it's an expense in recreation for the garbage collection at the fairgrounds, and it's a revenue for the landfill as their tipping fees. It's a wash in the grand scheme of things in the actual expenses that we already put, but it's to put a dollar value to those. So my thought would be to bring a report to council and go, these are the in-kind contributions in the departments and the impacts that they have outside of the actual budget documents themselves, if that's acceptable by council.
I don't think there's any approach, any suggestions otherwise. I think it's important for us to recognize it, and to be able to demonstrate. Important for us to recognize it and to be able to show back to the community, these are some of the investments your tax dollars are in, supporting, the fairs, the Taste of the Valleys, these kinds of things. So yes, please, if we can mark that down as a future report to council.
Yeah, and if I could add just that perhaps there's a policy attached to it where there's some discretionary authority to the CAO or another staff person to make those decisions at low value. But that will come as part of that report that Curtis will bring forward.
Especially if they stay within budget.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. We will move on to the next item. Treasurer.
Perfect, thank you. So our next area is recreation and cultural services. So the main parts of this is the parks, our tourist booth, economic development falls under here, our arenas, social services, the library, and the museum. And I will pass it over to our manager of community services to discuss this part.
Thank you, Curtis. So you'll notice that the operating expenses from last year to this year have gone down. Wages are up due to a reallocation of funds from the Parks and Recreation Assistant from the arenas in Westmeath and Beachburg. And then just to note, the insurance has been appropriated to facilities for 2025. So the cost of insurance directly related to those areas are in this operating budget as well. So that's for parks. This is facility operations. So 2024 operating expenses and 2025, there's a decrease of $8,500. The FTE, the decrease was only due to the budgeting of one arena as opposed to three, keeping in mind that there's funds and expenses in each of those budget lines relating to each of those arenas as well, not just that they've been removed. And staffing-wise, operators have been budgeted in Westmeath for 2024 and reallocated to Cobden for 2025. And again, the insurance has been apportionated to the facilities from the parks budget in this case as well. For user fee changes, you'll notice that the fishing tournaments and ice and slab rentals have generally gone up a 2.5% increase. This is along the same lines as what has been done previous years, and after conversations with staff, We would like to go forward with small increases over time as opposed to large increases, which directly impact the registrations for the programs that are in our facilities. So this is what we've gone ahead with, is 2.5%. The removal of the fishing tournament per boat, we've never charged it from what I'm gathering, so we've just removed it. And then the next page is the hall rentals. We've added a new rental for the Cobden kitchen only. So if somebody wants to come in and use a kitchen, it is inspected by the health unit. There's a fee attached for just the kitchen. They can use that. We've also added a rental use damage cleaning fee. Basically, if something goes in and something needs to be fixed after they leave, something is damaged, it's based on cost recovery. So whatever it is it costs us to fix is what they're replacing. Missing from our user fee previously were the advertising rates in our arena, so we've added those into our guidelines this year, and the rates are close to what it is that is offered around the county, so we've left that in there as well, with no changes. I think that's it for that. The tourist booth, I guess we can go forward. The decrease of the tourist booth is foreseen in the telephone expenses that have gone down. Besides that, there's no changes. And I'm not sure, Ivan, do you want to do economic development or?
Yeah, certainly I can. So the difference here is primarily with respect to the FTE. So we've taken a portion, 25% of the planner EDO's salary, and moved it to economic development. So that's the change here with respect to the budgeted amount. Thanks.
So social services then, it's the seniors program. The operating expenses are changing year over year. The decrease is mainly due to the large repair in the facility in 2024. And there's no changes in the library for the most part. They've passed along their budget, and the same with the museum. Everything is status quo from last year to this year.
Perfect, thank you. Do you have something to add, Treasurer? Your finger's on the button.
I will make one note. The museum or the library itself, the slight decrease is the general fact that it used to total amount budget of $90,000. But that included the expenses for the building that they used to be in, the Forest Church Falls old library location, which is now being run by the seniors for social services. So the allocation for 2025 is that the expenses for the building have been reallocated from the library line to the social services line, so it's a straight shift between. So the library's budget has been reduced by that building expenses because they don't have them anymore. The only thing remaining in the library's side is insurance and a miscellaneous at $1,000. Hence why their operating grant has gone down slightly by $125 because the trend was always to match those two and have a set dollar figure. So that amount that used to be for the building has just been removed. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Moore.
In keeping with what Curtis just said, when you do your list of in-kind, can things like that be included on your in-kind list, whether it be refuge or sharing buildings? Does that come into the same idea?
It could. The actual apportionment as to how we would come about the value would be a different piece. The easiest way to do that would be to actually set a rental rate for certain buildings, similar to how we do for the hall. So if somebody was to use the hall, then I have a bill out rate, they used it an X number of hours, I have an amount to do it. So we'd have to actually go through buildings that could potentially be used that way, and then set that rate through our user fees. But it's definitely something I could provide for council for the, either in the public meeting piece, if that's a direction that we'd look to go towards, just to allow for that ability to estimate the rate.
I was just wondering on that because it's actually public access other than use for the seniors. It's from another entity, even though it's still municipal. If somebody should slip, trip and fall, whatever, if something happens, how does that, if they're not paying rent, how does that come into play? That's all.
Yeah, so the other side of that, of the expenses to that building is also still allocated semi under the museum itself. because the museum still operates the other portion of that building, of the library, if we're speaking specifically about the Foresters Falls building. And then both of those are under the township as committees, like under the township, so they're through our insurance that way. So they don't specifically need to pay rent, per se. It's our facilities that are going to be operating out of our facility as our group.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I do have another question. And it goes to user fees. The second bullet, removing organized fishing tournament per boat. Now, I look at my fellow councillor here who sits on that committee for Muskrat Watershed. They had talked about using that fee at one time for washing boats, etc. Could you bring that up with them to find out if this is advantageous to remove this, or if we can just remove it? And because I know when I was attending meetings 2 years ago, there was talk of this line item being used to wash off zebra mussels off of boats, either going in or coming out of the water, hence the fee. So we'll leave it there for Councillor Tabbert to do a little investigating, please.
I will just, can I just say one thing? So
Yes, please.
the organized fishing tournament per event fee, just so that I've done the county digging that I can find, and we're the only organization that charges for tournaments.
I do remember the conversation at that council meeting. I believe I was sitting in your chair, and it was discussed that they were going to use that to help set up a wash station. And then I guess I don't know what happened to it.
No, it's a great point. I think Councillor Moore will ask the watershed for their input into this as part of the public input. Yeah. We, as in the royal we. Councillor Tabbert will. Okay, good. Any other questions on rec? We're going to go Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Trim.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. With the ice, are we consistent with Beachburg and Westmeath in our fees? Do we know?
They are using our rental fees for
So
their
they're all
space.
consistent with the same. Thank you very much.
Councillor Trim?
Yes, I have a couple, but I'll do them separately if not to take up everybody's time. Parks, I'm thinking particularly about the park here in Cobden, the tourist booth. A couple of things. That park, and including our others, it's not in this year's budget, but I'm wondering if it could be considered for future years to do an assessment of our parks, to do some kind of a study to see where our parks are, what needs to be done, what are the deficiencies. We've done this, I think, this assessment with our other assets, but I don't know if it's been specifically done with our parks. The other thing is, if I might suggest a delegation to the minister responsible with respect to the Cobden Park, because my visits there and my talking to the volunteers there, and I have to compliment them, by the way, is that we are providing basically an all-route service for the province of Ontario. Our community doesn't so much use the park because it's across a busy highway. And so the children don't go there to play, so to speak. They use the other facilities on this side of the road. The park is used quite a bit by people going through our community. Stop for a rest, stop to water and feed their animals, go to the washroom themselves, go for a bit of a walk, have lunch there. So when I took a look at the visitors to the park, they're from all over Europe, the States, all over Canada. They're passing through, and we're providing this service for free to the province and the rest of the country, really. And so I'm wondering if we could get a little help with that, because I think it would be the province right now, the bus stops there, the Northland, and I know the province is advertising whenever they can about increasing these services in the province, and this is part of it, and maybe they could help us with that. But the other part of my question in general is, could we get some kind of a study and just see the state and where we are with our parks and where we want to go? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. I'm just going to look at the CAO because I think we have a park assessment that was completed either last term.
There's a Parks and Recreation Master Plan. There were a few designs that were done of certain parks. For example, Haley Town Site, there's a design for that park prepared by an external consulting firm. Veterans Memorial, we had students prepare it from, I think it was Queen's University, Waterloo, I think, as part of a planning master's degree. But noting what Councillor Trim has said, including the delegation to administer, whether it be provincially or federally, depending on the programs available. Thanks.
Perfect. If we can just give that background material to Councillor Trim, that may shape what he might want to propose going forward in 2026. Good. Good. I recognize Councillor Bell. And if we can just flip him to one of the main screens, please.
Yeah, I just had two questions. For the organized fishing tournaments per event, do we have any of the revenue generated from this going into reserves for rehab of the boat launch? I'm thinking specifically Cobbin, but just looking at kind of where we're at with the Westmeath boat launch, we don't charge any fees. Otherwise, this is really the only revenue that we generate from any of the boat launches. Has there been any investigation, or do we put anything into reserve specifically for the rehab of our boat launches?
I can take that question. So at the current time, no, is the short answer. The other side to remember is most of the boat launch, or the ones that occur for the organized fishing that occur here in Cobden, actually pay for the boat launch because we actually pay to the ministry a fee to them to lease that land in order to have a boat launch there. So there's actually a cost that we incur having the boat launch, and this kind of offsets that amount. Off the top of my head, it's about $1,000 a year in rental cost or lease cost for the annual lease of that. So this kind of offsets that amount that we pay for the use of that access.
Yeah, because that's something, just looking at what's going on with Westmeath right now. I know I've heard a few complaints over the years about the state of the Cobden boat launch as well, and just looking at potential ways on putting some money away for that rehab in the future. I don't know if it's something that we can look at, but anyway, that basically answered my question. The other one, as far as user fee changes, I know we've talked in the past about providing a non-resident fee. Is that something that we looked at this year, or is it something that we just decided not to deal with in 2025?
We just decided not to this year. I'd like to do a little bit more research into that before we move that forward. From what I can tell, Pembroke does that. Arnprior does that. I do have that all, but we'd like to let this go one more year.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Excellent. Councillor Trim?
Yes, when I'm looking at the recreation facility operations, and I can see the anticipated 2025 operating expenses of $518.75. Is that after revenue? In other words, I'm asking, is this what the taxpayers of the municipality are subsidizing the arena?
So there's roughly $200,000 worth of revenue that comes from the arena side. So that would be $318,000 roughly is what's being subsidized by. This is the gross expenses. None of these are net numbers, so it's just what's on the actual line. So anytime there's an actual expense, it's just the expenses, it's not net. But yeah, it's around $320,000.
Yes, and that speaks to Councillor Bell's comments about perhaps reducing that subsidy amount by considering in the future the people from outside the community paying more of the actual costs to operate the municipality, the municipal facility. Thank you. The hall in at the Cobden Arena, I know I can see that it's being rented. I'm just wondering where we are at making it accessible.
I've gotten some quotes to do that. Right now, I need to follow up on what the minimum standards are. We do have some funds relating to a grant that was originally given. I'm forgetting the name of it. Sorry, it was Craft Hockey Bill, actually, for the Cobden Arena. So we have funds in place, and I'm looking to see where our monies are best spent right now, based on where we are in the next 5 years.
I'll follow up, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, is there a compliance date that we have to work with to make our facilities accessible or not?
So I believe the compliance date is now. So I will follow up with the guidelines, and that's why I said there was a webinar actually, and I'm following up. So I will confirm.
Perfect. We'll just note that as a follow-up, aside from the budget. Anything else, Councillor Trim? No. Councillor Tabbert first, then Councillor Moore.
Yes, regarding the boats, have we ever thought of charging per boat that comes down there just to use it on any day?
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in just for the sake of history, because I know Manager Plebbin's been with us for less than a year. So I think that in the last sort of 4 or 5 years, there has been discussion around that, mostly presented from the Muskrat Watershed Council to our local council. So the Muskrat Watershed Council had proposed about 2 or 3 years ago a system where you would scan a thing with your phone and somebody from the public could pay before they launched their boat. So a few things come about that. So does a resident pay? Question 1. 2, who's enforcing it? Question 2. So it never got implemented, but it has been discussed. Now, I mean, if council wishes that this would be a priority for them, for us to examine, we could, but that was the discussion around it. Now, you know, how do you police that, and how do you administer it, right? So there has been discussion.
I was at Horton Boat Launch, and we had to pay close to $10 for 3 hours that we were out there. And have we checked with other municipalities how they do this? Because I guess I didn't put the money in. I was with someone else, and they paid because I had to go back to town for something. But anyway, so have you talked to Horton as to see how they do that?
So there was no direction at that time for us to pursue any investigation. Like council hadn't asked us to investigate. I mean, I wasn't the CAO then as well, but at least we did not investigate it. I know that Manager Plebbin has a full list of these user fees of all the municipalities. I don't think it would be troublesome to get the additional information relating to boat launches. Maybe that is, I'd be hard pressed to task the manager in the next 6 weeks to get that.
Oh, no.
Maybe it's a 2026 budget consideration, but noted, and we'll look into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good, and I'll just follow on. When Muskrat did, it was last term, Muskrat Watershed did present it to us at council. The challenge was that we had no cell phone service at 3 of the boat launches. Therefore, there was no cost-effective way to implement a boat launching fee using a QR code and cell phones and that kind of thing. So we put it on ice until the deployment of the cell phone towers, which we should see. So I think corresponding with the 2026 budget proposal, that we may be able to align a boat launch fee option when we have cell phone service.
I will just add one thing. There are 2 local municipalities, I didn't look into Horton. Deep River and Pembroke both charge per boat use. They have a seasonal fee as well as a daily fee. their daily fee would align close to what ours was, $8.85, and maybe they used ours, or maybe we used theirs, whatever it is. The seasonal launch fee was $100 for the season. My only comment to that is, without having staff there every day collecting the fee, it'll wind up being not used. I'm not sure what the end result will be, so that can be looked in, I guess, too, but.
I'd be worried about a QR code because that'd be pretty easy to smash, whereas trying to break into a lockbox would be a little more if somebody were to just check it every day. I mean, they gave me a little, everything is in an envelope, and they gave it to us, and I had to put this on my windshield saying that I had paid the money. So I'd be worried about going QR code, really, because you can just smash that. But I think if you did it, and I mean, I don't know what the compliance is in Horton. We did pay because we were worried, but anyway. It's a $30 fee if you don't pay.
Okay, point taken. Not 2025, but 2026 is something that we may want to consider it in. At least review the options. Councillor Moore.
In keeping with Parks and Rec, I myself, and maybe yourself, Mr. Mayor, had complaints this year about grass, mainly on the main thoroughfares such as Beachburg Road and Westmeath Road, and somewhere in the villages of Cobden. I guess the adjoining ownership, they're not cutting grass and weeds the way they used to. They don't come off their property. So now we have weeds and grass growing up along our thoroughfares, and it doesn't look well at all. Just wondering if we could put that on the students list for Park and Rec to trim it at least once a year, once a season, along our sidewalks and thoroughfares coming into our municipalities. It doesn't look well at all, and I would like to see that maintained somewhat.
Yeah, so what we could do with that is maybe twice a year or something like that, we can send the students down to trim around hydro posts and stuff like that.
Yes, our main thoroughfares, just
Yeah.
with sidewalks, not on the side streets, just with sidewalks.
Just the sidewalks. Yeah, yeah, I believe we can manage that in the coming year.
Great, thank you.
And just as a side note, I know Deanna and myself had been questioning what we do about weeds and that kind of thing in those areas, so that might be something we look forward to in spraying if there's an opportunity for that at some point. But for right now, we're gonna just see what we can do to help manage that, but there needs to be a plan in place for future, because the weeds just aren't, the grass is gonna keep growing. And right now, we're running into properties that may or may not be being maintained along roadways that we may or may not own, but who's going to cut that grass? So we're kind of doing the, if we do it now, will we do it later, or will we keep doing it, and that list is going to keep growing. So I just want council and staff to be aware that we will take on what we can, but there may be a time where we say we need another student or something's going to have to give.
It comes back to a level of service. We define the level of service, and that we're progressing to that point. CAO's got it. Any other questions on this section? I just have one, and it's just the price chart for the user fees. My brain didn't click. The kitchen rental is $150, but if I want the whole hall and the kitchen, it's $66. Am I reading that wrong?
Is that the hourly rate?
That may be an hourly rate. Okay. That would make sense? Okay, so if we can just clean up those descriptions for the public presentation. Awesome. No other questions, we'll move on to the next section. Treasurer.
Perfect. So the next section is planning and development. So the two sides, planning and drainage, fall under this category. So under the planning side, you can see the operating expenses went down by $31,750, and it's mainly due to the FTE change. So it's the reallocation of the EDO portion of the planner's wages to economic development.
Just hold for a second.
Yep.
61, slide 61.
Yep.
Okay, keep going.
So just the wages reallocated. And then in doing that piece with economic development, we reallocated streetscaping out of planning into economic development, just due to the fact that it's for the beautification of the economic development side, not the planning side. So it's just to clean up that department. The other side was drainage. This is gets us a portion of the environmental superintendent's wages. So there's a very small increase, and mainly what the increase accounts for is just the 3% COLA increase, and the FTE stays the same, and we employ a contractor out for the actual drainage inspections to act as our superintendent for drainage. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, I don't see any. The only comment, I just want to make clear, that drainage section, you're just speaking specifically to municipal drains?
That is correct.
No stormwater management in that section?
I would have to defer to the manager of public works, but I believe that it's just for our municipal drains. The stormwater stuff falls underneath the transportation side.
Okay, good. If we maybe if we can amend that title, it'll be clear to the public.
Yep.
Good. I don't see any questions, so we'll carry on to the next one.
Perfect. So that brings us to the grand summary for the operating, which is a combination between looking at our 2024 revenue versus our 2025 revenue and expenses. So you'll notice that between 2024 to 2025, our actual operating expenses have gone down, even though we are doing a 2% levy, like 2% tax rate operating increase. That's due to the fact that we removed the capital reinvestment reserve, and we're able to allocate all the new expenses that came in within changes and one-time projects that are not happening in the year. Examples of that are the allocation of salaries, operations, salaries, the OPP increase, and other small increases, finding efficiencies in the budget. The savings are the operation of one ice arena, a reduction in the admin expenses, 2 debentures no longer on the books, and 3 one-time projects that were funded through operating are no longer also on the books. This brings our operating to a purely one-time expense, as in our annual expenses. There's no changes really anymore to the overall operating budget. So this stabilizes that rate. Looking forward to the next year, having found as many efficiencies as we have over the last 2 years, that's going to be the struggle to maintain this for the 2026 budget, but I'll speak to that point at that point in time. So the overall increase, what the 2.6%, I'm sure everybody's noticed, is the actual increase in the budget itself, or what is needed for the levy. But what has been traditionally done in the past is we would shoot for 2% and 4.2% as a total levy growth of 6.2. It was never accounting for our growth portion, which is the actual assessment growth from our supplemental billings that happened from the completion of building permits in the year. So what we've done this year, so I'll go back a little bit. For an example, is last year, our total increase last year to the levy was 6.2%. But what the actual taxpayer seen when the billing came out was only an increase of 3.5%. So 2.6% or 2.95% of that overall increase was eaten up by the growth of the assessment through that we've seen through that assessment growth. So it offset the total amount of our levy with that growth. So it's properties increased in assessment value multiplied by the same rate gave us this new amount of dollar figure, going back to the actual calculation for how taxes are calculated. So looking at now, I projected that we should have about a 0.6% increase in revenue or overall growth. So that eats away at the original 2.6% that the budget is sitting at, brings us back to the 2%, which was the guideline by council. So what the actual taxpayer would see is a 2% increase for operating on their tax bill. So what we advertise as 6.2% levy equals 6.2% taxation increase. There's no change for that growth. So what happens is whenever we look at the actual, the levy goes up, but the budget itself as a grand total went down. Because on the operating revenue side, we actually lost through reduction in grants, through reduction in revenue from the elimination of revenue from the Westmeath Arena, not operating it, through elimination of revenue from or reduction in revenue through the building department side, and the recycling grant that we used to receive that offset our recycling funding. With all those reductions, some of those have to be picked up now because they're continued expenses by the levy. So it's been an offset. The levy now has to make up for the loss of revenue that used to come over user fees and one-time fees. So that's where that levy, so the levy goes up, but the budget remains the same, if I'm clear with how I'm saying that. I've gone over this a few times of trying to make that explanation as clean as I can, and I'm hoping it's come out. Thank you.
Good. Any questions? I'm sure you might get cornered afterwards, and that's the reason we have time between meetings. Okay, I just, the expected growth, I, of course, cycle in on that one right away. And we had over 3% last year, and you're forecasting 0.6. Please tell me that's just a super conservative, educated guess on your perspective, on your part.
It's conservative, yes. Super conservative, no. Mainly because we were so high last year, because that's the 2-year cycle from all the COVID building. So now that as we see building fees decrease, that also trends to show that our actual growth. So as we continue to decrease our building fees, I can look at that and go, okay, I know that our growth is decreasing as well. Because whenever I bring the building review with the financial statements, you'll see that the actual building for homes, which is our biggest driver, building or like either homes or commercial, that's made on a steady decrease since the COVID boom. So it's becoming less and less of a benefit to the taxpayer. And at this point in time, with the reduction of revenue, incorporating the growth at this point in time and not actually using it as a decrease to the overall tax rate is the more prudent way to maintain our levels of service. 0.6% only equates to about $43,000 in the grand scheme of the budget, but that money is needed in order to maintain that level of service, or they're required for cuts. To be as transparent as possible, when we say we have a 6.2 levy increase, they're actually getting a 6.2 tax increase, not saying like last year or prior years. What other municipalities go through is they say they're increasing 6.2%, which is what is publicized, but when you actually go and pass the rates, they're only getting a 3.5% increase. It's not as dramatic as what was originally thought, and it just shows how constrained the township was to keep within that, but really if they really wanted to go 6.2 with the growth in, it would have been a lot bigger budget overall.
Good, no questions? Is it possible to see the 10-year trend on that growth?
Yep, I can pull that.
Okay, thank you. Good. All right, let's move on to the next one. We're gonna go another 20 minutes and then re-energize everybody with lunch.
So now we move into the capital and special projects budget. So speaking of funding sources, so the first funding source we'll talk about is a grant, and that's OSIF. It's our Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. So our 2025 allocation has been confirmed, and I already knew $742,785, which is 15% higher than our last year's allocation, due to the fact that the Ontario government limits our increases at 15%. This is what we will get through here for the next 5 years. I've done estimates based on our asset management plan and our current replacement values in that asset management plan, and it's been stated here before that we are underfunded by the government, but they have imposed a limit of the actual amount of increases, and hence we hit that limit every year for the next foreseeable years until 2030, when we'll actually reach the top of that limit. And even at that point, our asset management plan was based out of 2022 using 2020 values. So when we actually redo our asset management plan coming in this coming year, like 2025, those replacement values will again change, and I'm guessing that limit will then push again for a few years past that, because there are assets that are not recorded at this point in time in that plan that will get reported at that point in time. So just going as a break and a different from prior years' allocations, normally the full amount of this OSIF grant has been allocated to either roads or those types of construction projects. But a portion of that funding comes from the replacement value of our water and wastewater assets. So this year, actually per one of the recommendations within the water wastewater task force was to look at fundings from other areas. So this year, I did the allocation out of from the total assets for the water wastewater divided by the actual total assets within our asset management plan, and it gave me this allocation. So we'd be putting $363,965 allocated towards the general capital, $378,820 allocated towards water and wastewater. So that would offset the user fees that the water and wastewater users have to pay, because this revenue is generated using those assets that they've already paid for. So it's a completely clean break in the fact that it's paying for assets that they were paid for in the beginning. So the calculation uses the current replacement values, and then the eligible projects go from capital construction of core new infrastructure, capital maintenance for renewal of and rehabilitation of a replacement of core infrastructure, and our asset management software training and third-party condition assessments, which you'll see we bring into very shortly. The other form of funding that we received through a grant is our Canada Community Building Fund. This one is through a contract with AMO, who negotiate on all municipalities' behalf in Ontario with the federal and provincial government in order to actually create this funding. So this is a stable funding, and I actually know the allocations till 2032, which are steady, pretty steady compared to this. So it's $236,620 is the 2025 allocation. This one is more broad than our OSIF funding in that it allows for it to be spent on recreation projects, tourism, water, wastewater, the same as OSIF, and roads, but it has that broad piece. So the tourism recreation two pieces, you'll see this year is where that funding is mainly being directed to fund those pieces that are limited on the actual amount of user fees that can pay for them, so it's less of an impact on taxation. And last funding sources is taxes and reserves. So 2025 taxation capital. So this is where the 4.2% comes into play. So we would generate $885,042 in the levy, and that comes from $582,852 was our 2024 levy, if everyone remembers from the 2024 budget. And then adding the 4.2% this year, which is proposed, would be an additional $302,190. That's where the $885,042 comes from. And then our other reserves, working capital, development charges, water and wastewater. We're working through development charges at this point in time. Unfortunately, no real projects appeared to be growth related, and that's the one tie into development charges. Those have to be growth related or identified in the original study that was done for development charges. Working capital itself is where normally used only in emergency situations, or if a project has been not completed in a prior year and was funded through taxation and went to our working capital, it can then be pulled back out of working capital in the future years. Any questions?
Councillor Moore.
You said the gas tax funding, but you've seen it, the projections up to 2032 or something? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Will that be inflation added or no?
No. So it's steady throughout. So it's 2 years the same. 1 year's a slight reduction. I'm not sure why they did that reduction, but it's only a reduction of about $1,000, and then it jumps back up again about $2,000. So it must be the pot of money that's projected, and it's just divided over the number of years. It appears as how they've done their calculation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Trim.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you too. The treasurer, am I to understand that the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, the allocation is based on the value of the assets? So the wastewater has a higher proportion of that grant than the rest of the municipality because of the assets, the value of the assets. That's how you apportioned it.
That is correct. So that is one issue that we're seeing, but it doesn't change the actual amount of money that we're bringing in. Is that per our asset management plan, at $228 million is what the value of our water wastewater assets is, or the current replacement value. $432 million is what our total assets are for the entire township. So that's why we can kind of see that some may be understated based on the values that they were applied to. Knowing that the DST road is not valued as high as a full asphalt road as one comparison, so the current replacement value of that is less than the actual hard surface pavement. There's certain things that have to be allocated into, but it doesn't change the breakout way of funding that we're currently receiving is still based on that total assets. So to answer your question, yes, there is more current assets, 51% actually, of what is actually our total assets to water wastewater at this point in time.
Just some clarity. So the asset management plan that was prepared and received by council in 2022, we're working on the database to make sure it's completely accurate. So it's representative of all of our facilities, all of the conditions of the road and the surfaces of the road. So there might be some inaccuracies there. So we're working to update the database. So currently, the asset management plan proportionally distributes it. I think it's 51% water, wastewater, and all the other assets are 49% of the hundreds of millions of dollars. But we're working to try to make sure it's as accurate as possible, and that the values are as accurately as possible. So it might change in the next 2 or 3 years, but it's just because we're updating the data constantly in the asset management plan. Thanks.
And a follow-up.
Yes, I think that on the water wastewater side, it's pretty accurate because a lot of the facilities are new now and are being upgraded, so that's pretty good. But we have failing assets, and they get a failing amount of money assessed to them. I'm thinking, just for instance, what value would our asset at the Westmeath Dock have? And so I can see that this is going to be a living type of assessment, so that as we improve assets, which I hope we do, that the proportion is not set in stone. It's just it'll be reviewed every year.
It will be reviewed every year. That part will become a living document, more or less, or a living rate. The other thing I should note is that whenever we look at the current replacement values, which are used to actually look at the apportionment of the OCIF funding, it's just infrastructure assets. So the boat launch doesn't count. The arenas don't count. So there's a lot of assets that don't count in the grand scheme of things, and all have been taken away from that total dollar value of the assets, and then that's what has been used for that replacement value calculation. So we remove those assets. It's just the current replacement value of the core infrastructure assets. So your roads, water, wastewater, ditches, bridges. The main categories which you can spend OCIF on is the ones that they look at and what's divided by through. Yep.
It's a great question, a whole separate discussion. And maybe we can put that on the agenda for a slower period of time in our future where we can get into just keeping council appraised of what that asset management plan looks like and what it's going to transform into. Good. Any other questions? I just had one. Under CCBF, that is the gas tax funding, 236 that we get, but we also facilitate a transfer to Sunshine Coach under transit funding.
Yep.
How do you recognize that, or is it a direct transfer to them?
It's a direct transfer to them, and I believe also that's our federal gas tax funding. This is provincial side of our gas tax funding, so we fully receive this one. And then we, as a township, also provide, I believe it's $600 out of this funding towards their transmit as well, on top of the portion of federal funding that they receive.
Okay, I don't know how we could recognize, maybe under social services, but just to recognize that investment, we get it from the federal government in that case, and we're transferring it on for transit support.
Noted. Yep, noted.
Any other questions from any other member of council? Good. Now, just before we go on, it's 12:20. Is the next section, can we do justice to it in 10 minutes?
It's 14 slides. Probably could. It's more or less just a listing of the actual assets.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
Okay. For speed of time, I'll go through the portion of the main. Identified projects. So staff identified 89 projects with a value of $19.25 million in total value. The breakdown that goes through is 2 economic development, 3 environmental service, 8 general government, 1 planning and development, 5 protective services, 36 recreation and cultural services, 27 transportation services, 2 with water and 1 with wastewater, 1 wastewater and 6 water. There's 53 consolidated considered for replacements, and 36 are considered new. Again, we look at those same categories when we're deciding to what to propose to council for projects done in the year, of the health and safety, the impact on service, achieving efficiencies, the timing is right, those types of things. So under economic development is banners and streetscaping at a cost of $50,000 funded through the levy. And then our electric vehicle charging station, which is the grant that is through with
BV and no?
Bonnechere Valley and North Laguna Wilberforce. Our portion is put at $35,000. And at this point in time, we're proposing using the Otter River Power Corporation Reserve, which builds from the dividends and interest revenue from our promissory note to fund that installation of the charging stations and the purchase of the vehicle, our portion of the grant. Under environmental services is the landfill compactor. So this is a capital piece that's already been purchased. It's just this is the year that hits the books, and it's funded through a debenture. And then our landfill ECA amendment application fee. So it goes through our infrastructure, $22,500, and it's to proposed to be funded through the waste management reserve. Computers and software under general government at a cost of $30,000 through the levy. Asset management update for compliance. So that is to bring us to the July 1st, 2025, where our proposed levels of service and our 10-year financial plan needs to be integrated into the asset management plan. We put that at a cost of $40,000 and fund that through our OCIF grant. And then in order to have the most up-to-date data, we're looking to update our building condition assessments, that's what BCA stands for, and the assessment of this current facility. The town hall itself has never had an actual BCA done on it, so in order to get that value, we're looking at about $25,000, again, funded through OCIF. And lastly, through quotes received, is our website upgrade to make the website fully AODA compliant, so that's accessibility, and to bring it up to a more user-friendly status, $17,700, and that's funded through the levy. Our proposed capital and special projects under protective services is our fire tanker. So it's part of our fleet. Its purchase right now is looking at $535,000. It's already been contract signed by council because it was already brought to council. However, delivery date looks like it should be early 2026. So the current in reserve for that is $156. With this $330,000 added, we'd have $482,679. The remaining $52,000 would be brought in the 2026 budget to pay for on the year that we actually receive the vehicle. Fire vehicle 9851, which was gov-dealed, sold to last year, is replacement for that vehicle is $70,000. So whenever we brought the budget for it last year, we allocated a set amount of money as a 10-year capital plan for fleet and equipment. $400,000 was the earmarked amount for that fleet policy. So this ties within that $400,000 of allocating $70,000 to the vehicle, fire vehicle, and the remaining $330,000 to the reserve through the levy for the fire tanker. And lastly is extrication equipment. So this is the replacement of existing equipment with newer battery-operated equipment at a cost of $50,000, again funded through the levy. Recreation and cultural services. We have the Westmeath boat launch planning and rehab. That's a replacement to be funded through CCBF at $100,000. Cobden Arena, the ice plant electrical panel. This was identified through our study that was just done on the ice plants prior to the agreements and through the adaptive reuse piece. Cost of $70,000, again to be funded through CCBF. Structural assessments for all three arenas, again through the agreements that we've signed with the other operating bodies for the Westmeath and Beachburg Arena. We've indicated that we would continue with those assessments and also have it done at our Cobden facility, $60,000 in CCBF. Cobden Arena is the flooring replacement, so the lobby / upstairs at a cost of $25,000 and through CCBF. You'll notice on the capital spreadsheets that I provided to council that the actual cost for that was much higher. But to allow funding for other projects, it's been prorated at a certain amount to the size of the project, and then will be brought back in a future year to complete either the project or a separate section of the building. Parks and tables is another one in that same category, $15,000, and that's to make them accessible, funded through the levy. And then the Cobden Arena tables and chairs, and then Township Hall, $10,600, again funded through the levy. Transportation services is our greater mulcher head, which is new, $30,000 come through the levy. Mindview salt shed repair, $17,500 through the levy. Sweeper head and tank for sidewalk tractor, $15,000, which actually ties into Councillor Moore's comments about the weeds and things like that, as to assist in that cleanup. Grant Settlement Road, so it's Forsters Falls to McCoy in DST. The replacement of it is $850,000, so it's funded through the OCIF and the levy. McFarland Road is DST, $75,000 through the levy. And then Wallace and Simmons Drive in Asphalt, the replacement is $70,000, CCBF and levy. So these are just some pieces of traffic count, and I'll pass to Manager of Public Works to speak on these ones.
So there's a few roads that I've selected. So first one is Grant Settlement Road. That's from Forster Falls to McCoy Road. This section, it does have a PCI index that's very poor to good, and depends on what section as shown in the map. There's 23 businesses / farms and 40 homes, and a total length of 6.44 kilometers. This section was selected, the PCI does show higher than some of our other roads. The traffic is quite high, and then also additional, there's a lot of rutting that's not very shown in the PCI index that shows the health and safety concern. Next slide. The next one is McFarland Road. This one here is ranked seventh worst road and within the township, and second rural cross-section road, worst road. And the PCI index of serious, and it's PCI 24, has 2 businesses on it, and one business and 1 farm, and then 11 homes, with a total length of 650 meters. And the last section is actually 2 roads. It's Walls Drive in Simmons. Walls Drive is selected as our second worst road within the township, with Simmons is falling just after that. The PCI index Walls Drive has the PCI index of 20, and then Simmons is 29 and 32. There's one business located on the road with 9 homes, and a total length of $427. This one here, the current, because within the village of Goblin, it was asphalt and being proposed to asphalt. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, so this is just a note for council's, just an illustration of where our capital funding has gone and where it will go to with the 4.2 if we continue on per the asset management plan. You can see the blip in 2023 to 2024, and that was the 2024 decrease in overall funding is because that was the year that the capital reinvestment reserve was reallocated to pay for the debt for the 2 roads that were paid through for capital. So going from 2024 on, that's purely the 4.2%. It doesn't have that added 1% of that capital reinvestment reserve and that buildup of capital reinvestment reserve. That was the year that it's shifted over. So you can see by the year 2032, we're just a little over $3.5 million, like $3.6 million is what it would be. Whenever I come back at the public meeting, I'll also provide a slide as to what that looks like as a tax rate increase based on a forecast assessment. Because as assessment continues to grow, as I've spoken before, it won't mean the same thing as it does just looking at this graph thinking, oh, the taxes will increase by 50%, because the tax base itself will increase. Any questions?
So what I'm going to do, Treasurer, is just, we're going to hold questions. When we come back after, I think we pause at 1 o'clock for a separate event, and then when we come back, we'll come back to questions. So it'll give everybody a chance to review their notes and based on what you presented, and then come back. So what I'd like to propose, and Councillor Bell, just so you're tracking as well, we'll take a short break for lunch. I'd like to suggest we have up to 30 minutes, but we'll kind of watch and shoot. As everybody gets finished eating and is ready to get back at it, we'll get started before then. But we'll give you some time to stretch your legs, clear your minds, and be ready for big questions on capital budget once we return. Good, Sean? And welcome back to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting. We have just resuming after a break for lunch, and we'll call ourselves back to order here at 1 p.m. We're going to just take a pause. We're still going through item 9.1 on our municipal budget presentation. We're just going to pause 9.1 and go on to item 9.4, which was scheduled to commence at 1 o'clock, just in case somebody has logged in to be able to see this presentation. It's on the Water Wastewater Task Force recommendations. The recommendation to council is that the Council of Township of Whitewater Region receive the final draft report of the Water Wastewater Task Force and thank the community members for their work and engagement. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Olmsted and seconded by Councillor Moore. Good. And just remind people, we're going to do this in two parts. We're just going to receive the draft report today. It'll give us some time for us to review it, receive public input on it, and then we'll formally receive, and I don't know what the language will be, but we'll formally receive it again on October 16th. Good. Over to staff.
Maybe I'll just provide some quick introductory notes as it pertains to just my appreciation of the process. So I think the Water and Wastewater Task Force was established in January of this past year through a notice of motion from our Mayor Nicholson as a result of a delegation from one of our user fee payers, Mrs. Ann Guest, back in September of 2023. So recognizing that affordability around our water wastewater systems has been something that is top of mind with all of staff and council over the last year, if not longer, as a result of studies like the water wastewater rate study back in 2020 or 2021. But the task force process, so members were appointed to a task force. This process I thought extremely valuable in getting some direction from our general public, and the selection of the members through the chair and the mayor and myself and fellow staff was certainly really successful in being able to get different views with respect to the matter at hand. So I'll just recognizing that I think the task force process is extremely valuable, and it has worked great for our community with water wastewater, as well as the recreation task force. Led through our mayor, in a former councillor role. I'll pass it over to our superintendent of environmental services, Deanna, to just provide a quick summary, and then this will come back in October with the members being present. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm just going to discuss a little bit of what we covered during the task force's mandate. So we began meeting with members of the task force in March. We had our first session on March 7th of 2024, and we sort of started during that session, covered some of the high level things that we would be looking at throughout the term of the task force, including our terms of reference, and we looked at a presentation that provided an overview of the water and wastewater systems. And the next item that we undertook on April 4th was a tour of all the plants through the Beachburg Water Plant, the Cobden Water Treatment Plant, and the Cobden Wastewater Treatment Plant. And that was hosted by Aqua. And then on the second and third sessions that were in April and May, it was some more fact understanding sessions where we provided information on the water and wastewater system financials, and we looked at the different rate systems that are used across the province to fund the water and wastewater systems, as well as we looked at the challenges that the system is facing, such as water quality issues and capital reinvestment and that sort of thing. And on the third session, we had Watson and Associates come in, and they provided a nice presentation on our water and wastewater rate study that is currently underway. And again, they looked at pretty deeply into some of the different options that we have for looking at setting rates, whether we used meters, we used flat rates. So the members of the task force had a good understanding after that of the different options that we could look at going forward. And then in June, the task force began to develop our recommendations list. So we took a first crack at the recommendations list on June 24th, and then we returned together in July to review the recommendations list and started on voting of what recommendations will be brought forward to council. As well, during that meeting, Mr. Cleroux provided a presentation on the wastewater treatment plant upgrades and the funding and the costs that were associated with that. And then finally, on July 25th, we finalized the list of recommendations and also set timelines and priority levels for the list of that we finally developed. So in the end, we came up with 39 or 43, depending on how you group them, different recommendations ranging from stuff covering, public education, looking at different rate systems, and investigating a third-party review on the wastewater treatment plant, as well as all the financial implications that the rates, sorry, I'm stumbling over that one, the financial implications of recommendations regarding water meters. So the staff have now prepared a draft report with all of the meetings, the meeting minutes, as well as the recommendations. And then at the end of the report includes all of the presentations that were provided during that time. So we're asking council and the task force members to review the report and come back to us with any recommendations that can be incorporated into the report and for finalization in mid-October. And that's it. I could go into further detail, but I wanted to keep it high level until you guys have had an opportunity to really dive deep down into the report and see what it contains.
Perfect. What I'll do is I'll go to the mover first, Councillor Olmsted, and then seconder will be Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just as chair, maybe a couple of words about the task force itself. Obviously, council asked us to form a committee. So that committee was made up of 5 members of the public with various backgrounds, 2 co-chairs being Councillor Moore and myself, and lots of leadership input from staff, namely Lane, Deanna, and Curtis. So thank everybody for their service, especially members of the public. This is something that they're not paid to do. They've been approached in public by many members seeking answers and questions, and sometimes expected to have all the answers now because they're on the task force. So obviously they don't have all the answers, but they give their service to the community. So we thank them dearly for that service. We were given a mandate by council. As I won't go into detail about the mandate, but in my opinion, I think that we fulfilled it. Please have a good read through the draft report. It's 164 pages, so hopefully everybody can get through that for some bedtime reading. We did a series of, I think we did a series of site visits all in one day, and then 6 meetings over several months. And the committee received an absolute boatful of information. It was, at points, I was worried about information overload, but thanks to staff and Watson Associates as well, the task force received answers to pretty much every question that they had. and then some. So approximately 43 recommendations. I think it's a little higher because some of them have 43 point A, point B, point C. So I think we're probably around 50 recommendations in all, ranging from topics from affordability to infrastructure, operations, and sustainable future growth. So you'll find a pretty fulsome, detailed summary of all of those areas. The task force has been asked, the members of the task force have been asked to come to October 16th for a final presentation. We have a couple of weeks to kind of, for everybody to dive in, and if there's any more input from the task force members, hopefully they'll reach out or we'll reach out to them for any last minute touches. And as chair, I want to ensure that going forward, these recommendations remain a priority. This is very, very important to the township and as taxpayers and the users. I'll ensure these recommendations remain top priority and actively advocate for their implementation. And I'll regularly update council on the progress as well as members of the task force. I'll ensure this remains top of mind. Thank you.
And I'll go to the secretary, Councillor Moore.
Okay, thank you. Again, going into this task force, I really didn't know what to expect. My anticipation was high. We certainly got a lot of information, and I recommend that all the council members sitting at the table here read that report, and if you have any questions, please feel free to inquire. I do have reports at home about this high on top of my desk that all relate to water, going back as far as I could find. So there's certainly lots of information out there. But I would like to thank the volunteers that did come and took the time and paid attention and asked questions, and they all seem to be informative as to what their anticipation was of what would happen with this group. And I think they all went away happy, which is good. I know I myself have learned numerous things that I didn't know about the systems. It was nice to be caught up and up to date, per se. So I just, again, like to thank the volunteers who took part, and thank you to the chair for paying attention and listening to us. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions at this point in time from other members of council? Good, seeing none. I have already asked for a hard copy of the report due to its length, so please feel free to reach out to the clerk. Some questions I just wanted to ask staff in anticipation of preparation for October 16th. I just want to confirm the items you've already gone through here. I've seen 2 draft recommendations already included in the budget. So from a staff perspective, you included the ones that were feasible to include in 2025 already.
That is correct.
Perfect. And if there's anything that we notice that we might want to include, we can discuss that on October 16th. So that's a perspective that council can look at. Question I'll ask from a staff perspective and also from a chair perspective is this task force option to review an item like this, is that a tool that you'd consider using again, or you recommend using it again for a similar matter? Maybe I'll turn to the CAO first.
Yeah, I think that that if the, I'd say certainly it's a great tool to be able to engage with a group of residents that are representative of an area of residents or the residents as a whole. The thing we need to account for is the staff time attributed to that project. So if we're going to do it in the future, departmental work plans need to be amended or modified in accordance with the amount of time it takes to put this together. The report itself, most of which I'm not sure if Deanna had noted it, but Rebecca has drafted, prepared the look and feel of this report, and it took a lot of time to do that and get it right. So, we've saved some money to do it in-house, but again, that time is attributed to staff, and they're not getting other work done when they're dealing with these types of things. So, yes, great tool, just recognizing that it takes time to do these things. Thanks.
Good, thanks. I'll look to the chair for other comments from him.
Yeah, I'd agree with the CAO. It was a fantastic tool in a number of areas, one being staff participation. I can't imagine the number of hours that staff put into just developing and organizing us, the preparation time going into a meeting, as the volume of information they had was just absolutely tremendous. So I'd agree with the CEO. I think maybe we should be mindful of how much we put on staff. Of course, this was in addition to their regular hours they put in a week. One tool I really did like was having 5 members of the public. The public could contact other members of the public who are on the task force rather than contacting council. So from a communication standpoint, I enjoyed that side of the task force, in that it wasn't just made up of members of the public, but sometimes the public feels like they can't approach us, or they want to be careful of what they say, whereas I've heard from pretty much all 5 members that they had very good discussions in public. So from that standpoint, I really like the tool. And I think the final report that we have, I guess we'll wait and see what gets implemented. Probably the biggest piece, again, would come back to communication. The information that was given to all of us, including the co-chair and I, sometimes we had no idea that some of the stuff was going on in the background from a number of areas, whether it be operations or, whether it be Renfrew County Health published something and that didn't get to the public. So there's a number of recommendations in here regarding communication to our ratepayers and our users. So I think that'll be a tremendous tool going forward in that, it'll be very direct, concise communication from the township or from the group. So there's, you hear when there's brown water, for instance, there's all these rumors start and it just kind of festers in the community, and they don't really get, and if you don't get the right information in a day or two, these rumors just grow. So I think communication will be probably one of our biggest advocates coming out of the task force. Thank you.
Do you want to add anything else? Okay, good. If there's no other questions at this point in time, and I know you probably all just want to reserve the opportunity to ask questions when the final report comes, I'll just ask that when you have a chance to review it and the number of recommendations, 43 or whatever the number is, look at it with a scope of, is there recommendations there that you had hoped would be on the list but aren't? Are there ones that maybe you don't fully support or you'd like to know more information about in order to support? And when you're looking at some of them, think of the implementation. The report provides a priority and a timeline and a cost perspective. It's nothing firm, but it provides that kind of information. So from a council perspective, weigh that in terms of implementation and how implementation might be affected, so that we can give the right direction to staff after that report is received. Councillor Umstead?
Yeah, and to that end, and I maybe should have stated this, a lot of the recommendations haven't fallen on deaf ears. So even before this final docket was finished or is in draft format now, a lot of the recommendations were being put in place as the group was recommending things to try to act on. Obviously very low cost stuff that didn't have to come to council to be implemented, but a lot of the recommendations that we have on here, I don't know how many of them would be in play now. Do you have any idea? But there's a number of them already being acted upon to gain more information. So kudos to staff for taking it seriously. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the next steps is to come back next meeting of council and come back with how does it fit in with all the items, how it fit into work plans, and what's the timeline, and it's done in-house versus external, and provide that, and then hopefully eventually that will make on to the next year's and following year's work plans. And as Councillor Holmes said, there's a lot of them that are, there's no cost implication, maybe just staff time, so that will flow in and carry on.
Excellent. Any final comments? Okay, well, we look forward to the good discussion about this on October 16th. Please take a look. Like I said, the clerk can give you a hard copy if you need one, and we'll discuss it again on the 16th. So we'll call for a vote to receive the draft report. All those in favor? And it's carried. Thank you. Good. With that, we'll move back to 9.1. And we'll continue where we finished off. At that point, the treasurer had provided a brief overview of the capital and special projects portion of the budget proposal. And what we'd like to do now is to go through each one of these slides slide by slide with the lead from staff offering a few comments, and then we'll open it up to questions, and we'll move on to the next slide. So we'll attack them slide by slide for questions. Good, Treasurer?
That's perfect. So the first one we'll start off with is economic development.
You're looking at me to present this, is that what it is? So the banners and streetscaping. So council will be certainly aware, and I'm sure that some of the residents have spoke to them about the lack of banners in our community. The previous banners were derelict. They had kind of fallen apart. And for the sake of efficiency, we removed them all. And I think that was in 2022-ish. Our proposal is to purchase new banners. And throughout the entirety of the township, mostly with the $50,000, we'll just get up and running. So that would be the two different style of banners that council has seen in the council report. One that would be for the summer, one for the winter, and we'd get running again with it. What we would see in the 2026 budget is an operating maintenance cost. So we'd work that into the 2026 budget to maintain the level of service for these banners. The electric vehicle and charging station. So that's with respect to the grant we received from the federal government with Border Valley and North Algonquin and Wilberforce. So our contribution is estimated to be $35,000 for 2025, and that would be for 2025. And there may be a second contribution in 2026. But it's going to be offset by some revenue that we generate from the charging stations once they're installed and operational. So at this point, we're estimating $35,000, and that's where it lies.
Questions on this section from council? Clear? Okay, let's move on to the second one.
Sorry, that's me. So as the treasurer indicated, the landfill compactor is listed because that is this and 2025 is the first year that the debenture payment shows up for this item. The second item is the landfill ECA amendment application fee. So this is to do with mainly two things. The first being the new depot area that we installed at the landfill. This was completed under pre-approval from the Ministry of Environment, and that area needs to be incorporated into our site plans, and that is done through this ECA amendment. The other piece to the ECA amendment is also covering our design and operations plan updating, as well as, and that'll include the redesign of the landfill contours. That includes a little bit of an expansion to the size of the landfill to sort of optimize the actual airspace that we can accommodate in that fill. So this cost is strictly for the application fee that goes to the Ministry of Environment. And this is a number that you don't know what it is until you fill out the application and find out.
Any questions from members of council? Good. 2 for 2.
I'll speak to the general government piece. So I already had mentioned about the computers software, the $30,000. It's one that is actually starred on the page that is noted for the capital, where we did not fund it to the 100%, but this is just to upgrade staff computers, other computing systems that all are reaching end of useful life. I mentioned the asset management update again for the July 1st, 2025 deadline, which is where we need to put in the proposed levels of service, which can either be the current stay the track of the current levels of service, increase our level of service, or decrease our level of service. And so to go through this process, it's going to be time consuming on staff, and the side is we would have a consultant assist us in the generation of this document and the actual public outreach to determine what the public would like to see to support council's decision, or to support council in making a decision as to whether services decrease, services increase, or we just maintain status quo as we go. So that's where that funding comes from, or funding goes to. Building condition assessments. So we have ones for the arenas. We have ones for the fire halls. Township garages have been done. All these were done numerous years ago. So to bring them up to today's dollars, we would just have the same consultant go through and renew the rates on those studies. But one that was never done was actually this building itself. We need that data to be updated as accurately as possible, which is where this consultant would come in order to tie back into our asset management plan, and in order to continue with that, to make it that more accurate. And then lastly was the website upgrade. It's just to make it accessible and to bring it up to a new standard versus the current website we have, just to make it more, increase our electronic image of the township. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Yeah, Councillor Moore.
Website upgrade. We're not reinventing the wheel. We are upgrading what we have and continuing on. We don't have to put up a brand new website.
So it would be a new...
I've seen at least 4 websites, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so it would be a new website, but it would be very similar to what other municipalities are running. So that's why the cost is relatively low, because the template already exists. The process to actually go through the current website and make it compliant is more time consuming than just moving the content over and starting fresh. So the comparison of the one that we're currently looking at, if you look at our neighboring municipalities, it would almost be identical to it, other than have a Whitewater flair. So you would still have your general government, your council, your main tabs at the top, and it would just be accessible. So there'd be accessible forms through it, accessible tabs, and then we would just go forward that all information that's put on that website would also be accessible, so that, because right now there's so much information that right now our community development coordinator is the only one who kind of goes through all of that information on the website, and that's who's kind of leading this charge, Rebecca.
Okay, that's good, because we want to make sure we keep our flooding information, fire permits, etc., easily accessible on the front page, so we don't have to, they don't get lost.
Yeah. So the fire permits would stay the exact same way they are. There wouldn't be a change to that, because that service already works extremely well. I've been in other municipalities, and it's not as clean, not as nice and easy as this one is. And then it would just be more or less a refacing to bring up to date the page that's there, like, so that it's not the same, but it has the same information. It's just in a newer format.
Good, because taxpayers don't like change.
And Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, to that end, will the website upgrade be smartphone friendly? So I know other regions, actually one to the west of us in the city, when you go on your phone, it's not friendly to your phone, so you're pulling up a website that you can't really detail on your phone. And I think 9 times out of 10 people are accessing a lot of their sites by phone. So if you want to look for waste hours or public skating schedules, that kind of stuff, we want it to be phone friendly if possible.
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head, but I'll definitely bring that back to the community development coordinator who's heading up this change.
Great, thank you.
Good. Anyone else? Okay, I've got a couple on this one. Just the computer and the software, that's repeating on some kind of cycle, this 30,000, correct?
That's
Can
correct,
you give us any more information? Because it just pops in as a single purchase here.
Yeah, so it's, and actually the clerk can probably give more information on this, but it's more to upgrade the existing systems we have and to increase software. So there's, even in this room, there's hubs and stuff that provide for wireless internet. There are certain laptops that have reached a certain age and that have to be replaced. Mainly the computers in our fire halls need to all be replaced. So all of that kind of contributes in. So prior years, we were normally running around the $10,000 mark. That was buying about 5 computers. So then coming into this year, by kind of staying off some replacements, some of them are getting into the 7-year-old range. So they've now hit the max of their life. So they need to be replaced. And that's why we've seen this bigger increase required to do this replacement. Just as a whole, for an upgrade to the computer security and the computer level of service that we're providing to bring it back up to current.
So my only thought on this, and I'll be looking to other members of council, is that can we get it to the point where it's like the bunker gear?
That is actually my plan in the grand plan. Computers have a very short TCA life. So right now, computers themselves are in our TCA.
Yeah.
So they are still a capital asset. Coming in the remainder of the year or in the start of the new year, I'm looking to bring the TCA policy back to council and make a few amendments. I know the county did a similar amendment to change what counts as pooled assets and what value that is, and to just do a few little tweaks to it to bring it up from the current document. Once it's brought up to date, computers, I would say, would not be capitalized anymore because the turnaround time is like 3 years. It's so fast of a turnaround, there's no point in amortizing them. That's the biggest piece, is that when you capitalize something, you have to amortize it, and you have to track it and record it that way under the amortization side. By removing that, it removes a clerical burden, but it also removes the fact that we're having amortization and we're still funding these things to be replaced every year. So we're kind of getting hit twice with the replacements and the administrative burden of tracking them. So the plan would be is to remove those from the TCA and then just carry forward, since it is more of a general operating expense than it really is a capital expense in the grand scheme.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. When we're on this same topic, so phones, cell phones, where do they fit in here and how do they get?
So the phones themselves right now fall under just general telephone under the operating. So like your contracts and all that fall under the actual telephone lines of each department.
Okay.
We don't allocate right now for the actual purchase of phones. The design is that we enter into contracts for a certain period of time and the phone is free. That's another policy that we're going to look to renew as to whether that level of service or requirement for employees is suitable, or whether it needs to be increased, that there's a certain dollar value that we can allocate to the phone plus the actual contract. It ties into our bring your own device policy, where we have a set amount because that is the set amount that our general contracts are with the provider. So we're going to look to negotiate both the provider and the phones themselves and that piece. But right now, all that falls under the general operating telephone line because, again, their value through municipal costing and everything, phones can be anywhere from $0 to $300. They're still way below the actual limit of our capitalization, which is $5,000.
Thank you.
Okay, just 2 other things I'm going to throw at. The BCA, I know we've mentioned accessibility in the past. Is that BCA update and the assessment of the town hall, can it include the accessibility component?
I'd have to defer that question.
I believe the BCA, so it's the actual building condition assessment, so it shows like all building, what are the ages of the building and the components, and we can, I believe it does a small section of what's compliance, and we can include that for the town hall portion.
Perfect. Good. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on.
Perfect. The next one is for protective services. I'll ask the fire chief.
Thank you. So the 3 proposed projects, one of them being the tanker, the fire tanker, that would be a replacement to vehicle 9718, which is year 1990 and is definitely showing its age. Expected delivery is in 2026, although we'll be paying for the chassis if everything's on schedule in 2025 before the build takes place. Fire vehicle 9851 actually went out of service last year due to a transmission issue. It was deemed not repairable or not economically responsible to repair it. Attempts to find a used one were unsuccessful, so that's why it's on the budget this year. And finally, the extrication equipment. Most of our equipment currently is gas, which is being phased out slowly. There's still there'll still be one set of gas equipment kept as a bit of redundancy, but everything's switching to battery because of reduced noise, reduced storage space, reduced cost of maintenance, less of a training issue as well, and consistency across the board. Any questions?
Yes, I see Councillor Bell.
Yeah, Jonathan, just wondering, how many sets of extrication equipment are being purchased for $50,000? Like, is that outfitting all 4 stations, 4 trucks at 4 stations, or is it 2 trucks, or how? What's the end result of $50,000 for that extrication equipment?
It's replacement for existing equipment that's currently at Station 1 Haley Station. So it's a replacement of cutter, spreader, ram.
So just a replacement of 1 station?
Yeah, that's correct.
So is that cost that you can kind of expect to see over the next 3 or 4 years as you put the other trucks as well?
Yeah, certainly. There'll come a time, probably in the next few years, we'll be doing the same thing at Station 2 in Cobden, replacing their gas equipment, and long-term plan would be to put a combi tool on the remaining pumpers at 3, 4, and 5. But that would be an addition to what we currently have. Right now, all our extrication capacity is at Station 1 and 2 along the highway.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? The Chief? Good, seeing none, we'll move on.
Perfect. Next, we'll go to Recreation and Cultural Services. Manager Plebin.
Thank you. So the Westmeath boat launch, top of the list. I'm going to work with Lane and his previous report that has been drafted, and we'll go through that process to proceed with that. The Cobden Arena Ice Plant electrical panel was on the list, and that's been noted by our contractor who's in the building doing the work on our ice plant. The structural assessments for all 3 arenas was noted as well, and that's the quote that was received. The flooring in the arena is also on the list. Again, that is a lower amount than what was requested, and we'll see what we can do with that amount. I believe the original amount was 50. So we're hoping that we can adjust some of the flooring in one of the spaces. The parks and accessible picnic tables, again, that is lessened than what the amount that was requested. Based on the quotes that were given, I was looking at around $1,600 a table. So that'll be around 7 or 8 tables, depending. Tables and chairs, and that was noted for a couple of years now from staff at the arena in Cobden. I guess the tables are showing their age, and the chairs all need to be replaced as they can't be wiped. They're all the material chairs. So this is on a list as well, paid for by the levy. Is there a second page?
Good. And we'll go on to questions. Councillor Tabbert.
We know where these accessible picnic tables will be going, which parks?
So right now, I will say that I will meet with all of the groups and determine the locations. I would like to say that a good majority in Cobden are needed, but I also realize that accessible picnic tables are needed everywhere, so putting them all in one place is not something that I want to do. All of our parks and our outdoor spaces need this, so this I foresee happening for the next few years, just letting the treasurer know that. But yes, so we'd like to start and see if we can spread them out. They are going to be heavy duty and should last a lifetime, like long time, not lifetime.
Good. Any other questions? Councillor Moore?
Replacement of the chairs, is that all the chairs and tables at the Cobbin Arena, or is that only a portion for this budget?
That's a portion for this budget.
Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. We'll move on.
Okay, I will make one note too about the accessible picnic tables. There was a grant applied for that that we were unsuccessful in receiving. But it is something that grants do become available for. So saying that by this funding amount, it kind of gives us that opening window of the percentage that gets covered by a grant. Should we receive one to complete the project without having to bring it forward in future years, the grant could actually pay for it. Just hopefully that they'll reopen another grant for that purpose. The next one is transportation services. I'll just pass off to Kyle.
Thank you. So the first one we have on there is a greater mulch head. This would be an additional to the one that we have right now currently. The one we have right now is 3 blades and it doesn't cut a very nice job. This alternative one has more of a mulch option, which would be better suited, would do a cleaner job for what we're looking for. Next on the list is the existing Mindview sand shed repairs. That's basically the paneling on the outside is getting old and worn and falling off. Excuse me. The doors, remove the front doors off of it and all around just maintain it, fix it up a little bit, clean it up. The structure of it is still sound, it's still fine, the concrete is okay. It just needs a little bit of repairs. The third one is a new sweeper for the front of our sidewalk tractor that we purchased last year, or this winter I guess that just came. That's an additional purchase to the sweeper. Right now we have a very old sweeper that used to run on our Terex tractor. We've recently switched it over to our backhoe, but the backhoe is a pretty important piece of equipment that we could use elsewhere in the spring. So this gives more work for our sidewalk tractor that we just purchased. Yeah, and then I'll pass the roads to Lane.
Yes, and just with Mindview sand shed, it was built in 1990, I believe it was, or 89, 90, and this is probably the most work that's been done on it in many years. And then with the sweeper, it's for the new tractor that Kyle stated that it's providing more of a more of a use. Currently now it's just used for sidewalk plowing, but we can use it all summer long, so added that. The 3 roads that were listed, this is always challenging. This in addition to we are in midst of creating a 10-year capital plan for roads. One item, so there's 3 items, roads is Grand Settlement Road from Forester Falls to McCoy. As I stated before, that the PCI doesn't demonstrate that the health and safety risk on the road side of it. And then why the cost, it is 6.6 kilometers. The cost is a lot higher than we would see on other roads. That's due of part of the active transportation plan. What was recommended and was approved by council that this road would be hardened shoulders, so meter. So that's the additional cost. It does drive the cost quite a bit because it's widening the road, and then a lot more of hard surface being put down. And again, there is 3 or 4 sections of this road. There's one section that it is relatively in good condition, but it's past this point that to receive a third lift, so the entire road will be done. And then the other section, if you can switch back, sorry. is in McFarland. This is, bear with me 1 second. So McFarland is our Severnsworth Road, as stated before, and our second lowest rating a rural road, sorry. And then it has a serious index of 24. And then the last road, the last two roads are Walls and Simmons. Walls is, it's rated 7th overall and second urban road. And with Simmons that have, it's a little more, it's 29-30, but there's not a big difference between 29 to 30 PCI index. It goes from serious to very poor. The thought is if you're doing walls, you do both of them road together. And that completes the exhaust the entire thing of 982,000, I think it was, total for roads in 2025. There is some notable other roads that on our radar, because there's a lot of roads that have been provided in previous council budgets. There's still two sections of Colesmith that were on the list previous. Haley Road, Phoebe mentioned before, Zion Line from the first section from Forth Falls to West Ross is in poor condition. Simpson Street, Hume and Crawford, and then also Stewart Street, Government Road and Mindview they're in poor condition. So one thing that you will receive, council will receive is a capital plan and renewal structure. This will eventually tie into our asset management planning with level of service and our financial plan moving forward. Any questions?
Questions from council? I see Councillor Bell.
Yeah, it's a question for Kyle. Just whenever it came up about the tractors for the sidewalks, do we do any undercoating on the vehicles? As far as at least for the winter maintenance ones that are exposed to the higher levels of salt and sand throughout the winter?
Yeah, so previous years they used to hire Crown every year to come in, but that was a big expense. So we've purchased the oil ourselves and a gun, and our mechanics, they spray all the vehicles in-house now. Yeah, so there's a cost savings there.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
And Councillor Moore.
Two things. One, the sweeping head and tank for the sidewalk tractor. This tank can be used also for spraying the weeds, et cetera, on our sidewalks, which we never had before, which I already discussed previous to this. So that's advantageous that we received this. And the other one is a request for roads that was just discussed. One thing that we've learned over the years, we've been neglecting some of our roads, and some of these roads now, we can't really wait much longer. Either we take them back to gravel or we fix them. So, and some of these roads haven't been touched in 50 years. So it's time. We can't patch them anymore, and it's time to do something with them. So thank you to the roads crew for bringing that to our attention.
Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Really happy to see Grant Settlement Road on here. I think that's one that's been long overdue. And traveling most roads in our township, I'd say that's maybe our most hazardous road at the current time for the condition, and there's enough turns and winds and stuff on that. So really happy to see that one getting going. Is that including, are we doing culvert replacement, or have we done any culvert replacements along that road to get ready for the replacement?
There will be. So part of the next year's work plan for Grant Settlement, only Grant Settlement and McFarland have larger culverts. And that will be part of that. The culverts will be done in-house and part of that cost.
Great, thank you. And just if I can, second question, is that one road where we consider leaving it settle for a period of time? I do know that there's I think it's the fire and design line that we seem to, either we left it or we really packed the heck out of it, but that road's fantastic right now. So I'd like to see a similar process to that road if possible.
Yeah, and I'm road super, you can mention more to it. The big difference, I think, that most of these roads, we're only adding a few inches of gravel to it, so that's not with compaction issues. I think previous, well, I'm gonna say the new standard with the leadership through Kyle Eady, that it's doing proper install of culverts. I don't think that I know of that there has been one culvert that has sunk over since Kyle started with the municipality. And I think that's the majority is that's what it is. Yeah, I think going forward, it definitely, I think we can do that as if it's a dire need and we don't have the budget to do a road, I think to split over 2 years, it's one tool and toolbox. But due to the actual, like the actual compacting, I think it's with good on best practice and with Kyle, I think it's fine.
Great, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Good. I'm just going to throw a couple. With respect to Grant Settlement Road, your proposal, does it include any realignments? Are we taking the opportunity to do any changes to its structure I just remember some businesses on that road highlighting concerns with curves that had existed there for a number of years. It might have been between McCoy and Fletcher is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so previous years, they've talked about maybe doing some blasting and kind of trying to straighten a little bit of those curves. This section of road that we're looking to do wouldn't include any of that at this time anyways. It would just be redo the road, change the culverts, widen it, ditch it, get it back to where it needs to be because it's well overdue. Yeah.
Good, thank you. And I fully support the mulching head. Like the three-bladed thing, it works well and it does its job and the operators have done a wonderful effort, but I can see the mulching head when you drive to different parts of the municipality, the mulching head does, maybe it's even quicker, but that would be my unofficial impression. Good. The only other suggestion is that when we do the public discussion on this, I think it's key for us to highlight those roads that didn't quite meet the cut this year. I've had quite a few suggestions for consideration on Zion, and just to make sure that we highlight, it's not that we've missed it, we acknowledge it, we only have so much money, this is the priority that you're recommending to council. So I think it would be worthwhile to recognize those and the context with, you mentioned Simpson, Howell, Crawford, to provide the context. We're not considering those roads because we don't want to do those roads and then tear them up to do any piping underneath yet. So a little bit of context with some of our other roads that might help give people the context as to why you recommended these ones.
Yeah, and definitely we'd like to be added in the next presentation. And wanted to note that we did apply for a grant that we were unsuccessful. It's for the Cobden, Cobden East, Southeast part of it. So it's those 5 roads that are in dire need, and one of them is a Crawford that's been on the radar of like 2 terms of council. And it has been engineered. There's 2 new fundings out. One is the same one as previous, and then one's a newer one. So we are potentially applying for the exact same one again. And then the other water project would be Hume and Stewart that will be going forward. We looked at.
Perfect. Thank you. If there's no other questions on that section, I'll just highlight, when we go back to the first slide for this section, he identifies 89 projects, the total value of 19 million. What was the total value of the ones that you have presented?
$3,269,731.
So there remains $16 million of the projects unfunded this year, as recommended by staff. That's very sobering when we have to consider, you know, where can we put $3 million amongst a $9 million problem? Good, no questions, then we'll move on to the next section there.
I will make one other comment towards the transportation side. So whenever we look at Grand Sullivan Road, you'll notice that OCIF, we were only allocating 300 and some thousand from OCIF to general. So the remainder of that being funded on the OCIF portion comes from the amount to reserves that we put in 2024. So you remember we put $191,000 to reserves for a future road project because there was nothing last year that could fit. And then 2 road projects also came off the books, the Hyla Road piece and the Sutherland Road. That all went to reserves. So now in 2025, we'll use that money, utilize that money to do this bigger project. And this is kind of the schedule of if there's something that we can put to a reserve and hold it to the next year, it allows us to do those bigger projects without having to debenture something of this size. It just utilizes the funds to a point where we don't have to increase the levy so much to subsidize it. We just plan for it ahead of time. And that's what the Transportation Service and what the Manager of Public Works has done, is looked at these roads and gone, with the amount of money that we have, with that amount, what is the best spent of the dollar? If that browsed any other questions? Okay. So this, again, is just where the 4.2% comes to. And again, for the public meeting budget, I'll look to kind of forecast what tax rates will look like with this increase. So the overall key highlights. So the levy increase itself is going up 2.6%. But the actual growth for taxation is only 2 because of the allocation of growth back into our levy. As I stated before, it was a challenge for staff that was completed to try and maintain as much affordability for the taxpayer as possible, maintain our current levels of service, and deal with the inflation pressures that were noted this year. Again, 3% average June over June. And our annual insurance increase. So the tax increase for capital is the 4.2, offset by the funding sources from OCIF, CCBF, and then the tax reserve funds, and then not noted here is grants that we may receive. And again, those were the categories that we went through whenever choosing those capital assets. So this is the estimated effect on tax rates. So again, noting in the growth noted in so far. Last year on $100,000 of assessment, it was $732.83. For 2025, same $100,000, we'd be looking at $778.27. So the increase per $100,000 assessment would be $45.44. Alternatively, when I talk to the median detached home, which is through our UMP funding calculation, it shows that the average home is $179,000. So municipality-wide, they'd see an increase of $81.33 as the municipal portion of the tax levy. Any questions on that?
Councilor Moore.
Median single family, that's not just residential, that takes in farm properties, et cetera, as well?
It does, yeah. Yeah, so it's the median value or assessed value of property. But it does weight them. I'd have to review the calculation again, but it does weight home properties, like residential versus farm, to get that value as weighting towards that side. So I have it as a slide at the very end of what the average assessment is for, say, Cobden, Westmeath, Beachburg, as roughly $198,000 as the median home assessment. And you'll see at that slide whenever I'm also doing the comparison between water and wastewater, but there is a tax side to that as well. And it, I believe, sits around $89 or $90 as an increase. No problem.
Good, we'll keep moving, please.
So the next one we move into is water and wastewater. So the key highlights here is the actual increases that are being proposed. So with the allocation of OCIF funding into both water and wastewater, At this point in time, using the CPI as the actual increase for water until our new water wastewater study is actually completed, so they can better direct where our rates go, it's projected at 3%. Again, the driving factors that is we're renewing our ACO contracts under both sides, and that comes into effect in 2025. And then, as always, is our debenture payments. One thing I will note is that the OSIF funding, it is normally put towards capital. The benefit, though, to it is it also allows for paying debenture payments that occurred after January 1st, 2017, which is three debentures that we currently have on the books. John, Trulove, Street, now the wastewater treatment plant, and can't think of the other one. Stewart Street, I think of. Oh, Cameron Street. Yes, thank you. So it'll pay for the debenture. So that's how we're going to allocate this money in. Is it's going to pay for those debentures. It's going to offset those debenture payments for this coming year, and allows us to have an actual amount of money to put to reserves. And I'll show that here shortly. So the water wastewater rate increase history. So as you can see, since 2020, whenever the actual water wastewater study came into effect, the annual increase went 21 for water, 9 to 9.3, 8.5 was last year, and then this year we're proposing 3%. The rate study went 20, 10, 10, 10, 10, and then 8% for this year is what their recommendation was, and then carried on from 6 down to 3. To get to the same amount that was originally put by the water wastewater study would be around from 8.8% in 2026 and then go all the way to 6.9% by 2029. The only difference is that at that point in time, they weren't allocating in any other funding. So if we continue to use our OSIF funding to subsidize that piece, either to pay for capital or to pay for the debenture debt, those amounts would change as to what actually needs to be billed to the actual users of that facility. So that's where that change comes in. So I'm hopeful for the new water wastewater study by early 2025, and then we'll tie that into the 2026 budget and going forward. Wastewater, again, the annual increase went 20, 30, 5, 12, 12.55 last year. That was just to put a very, very small amount to reserves in the amount of $12,500. And then this year, we're proposing 3%, and then 3 down to 2.75 for the 2026-2029. But again, there was costs missed in that water wastewater study that weren't accounted for, and that's why the increases tend to be over what the actual rate study recommended. Because the study originally recommended 20, 60, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, and then continuing with 2% till 2029 to get to their final amount. Again, once this new water wastewater study comes into effect, it'll tie into the same amount for the show to that allocation of extra funding. So our water units, there's only been an increase of 3 units under residential this year in 2024 so far. So going into 2025, what we budget on is the 3 units. And I note that it has been noted in the water wastewater task force to review this amount and the users of the system and make sure there is not any missing or misidentified properties. Something that should be medium commercial is actually being billed residential, small commercial, things like that. And that's a task that staff will go through upon the direction of council to go through and actually investigate those properties and bring them up to what the standard so that everyone is equal. So if they have 3 units, they're being billed for 3 units. Because there's always changes that happen, and it's to do that full investigation. But at this point in time, with the new builds and new connections, there's only been 3 for water. So for 2025, the rates would look as follows. So the residential rate was $1,173.33 annual, just for water. In 2025, we go to $1,208.53. So it's a total increase or annual increase of $35.20, or per billing $5.87. So the people living in Beachburg, that's what their billing would change by for each billing, or $35.20 for the entire year. Again, it was recommended to go 8% per the study, so it's a substantial decrease away from that increase that was recommended by the study. But again, using that amount of OSIF funding. And then, so here's the comparison and kind of where we found other forms of revenue in order to kind of offset or help subsidize the revenue that has to be generated from the users. So the user fees total $1,377,700. Our OSIF transfer is $100,502, which is the actual amount of our debt currently. Our fire department usage, which was spoken about in the general budget, is $10,000. And then water connections and penalties, which technically has been just never really budgeted for or accounted for within this budget line item. It just kind of, it was part of it as it went through, is being listed separately, being broken out. So it's the water connection and penalties comes to $8,000. Salary, the 48,950. Very small increase. FTE is 0.4, down 0.1 because there's asset management coordinator that was removed, 0.0125 on that side. Our contract is up, but about $90,000. However, it's still under negotiations or still being reviewed by the Manager of Public Works and Environmental Superintendent. Debt remains very similar. Just going down slightly as our interest payments go down. Electricity and gas, similar to the same. Other, which is repairs and maintenance of capital, is 326 or 226. And then our transfer to reserves. This is the big one, because as you can see, last year we were able to put $209,820 to reserves. That's for future projects like the Cobden water treatment plant or the water filter itself. New lines whenever we do road projects, or the water tower itself in Cobden, or the Beachburg plant itself and the upgrades for it and lines that are done at that. So this year we're looking at $341,677. That is increased due to the fact that we were able to use that OSIF money to offset that and create a reserve transfer. So we can hold that money till the next year, and that budget that reserve is slowly growing to the point that we'll be able to actually fund the assets without debenturing them, which is the goal here, is to remove that debenture component of the wastewater side, or at least make it more of a minimal side, so it's not every time we go to do a project in water wastewater, we fully debenture it, and then we're looking at that same asset for 30 years as a debenture and continuing to pay for something that's gone long into the ground. The aqua contract at this point in time, I just have question marks for the different lines because we only really know, we don't have the full breakout of it. We just have the total. And then underwater, they have the generator fencing as a capital request through aqua, and they put it as $15,000 under rates. I don't have a slide in at this point in time, but I think I'll stop and ask for questions at this point.
Good. So we're through water. So questions on water. Councillor Moore.
Just your last bullet there, generator fencing in Cobden. Does that mean they have a generator but it's not fenced already?
That is correct. Yeah, I believe 2018 they installed a new generator, but there's no fencing around it. So it's a security issue. And aqua has been identified, and I believe it's been brought up previous ministry inspections that has been notified that it should be fenced.
I don't recall seeing that on our tour. You recall seeing that?
Yeah, it's the Cobden water plant. So if you look at the plant,
The water plant, not the waste?
There's an exterior generator on your left-hand side.
Okay. Missed it. Sorry. Okay, thanks.
Good. Any other questions on water? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make sure I didn't miss this. So is Aqua, are you saying is their contract up at this point in time? And is it a $90,000 increase, or am I in the wrong?
And I'm just going to hold it because that's what I was just talking about that piece we have on the agenda for later.
Sure.
It's fine.
Because I think it's a good one. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Okay, I have one, and it's going to apply to both this and water and wastewater. It's just, I know you're anticipating a rate study coming out in 2025. What chance is there that rate study is going to come back and say, hey, it shouldn't be 3% in 2025, it should be 6%?
Unfortunately, there is that possibility. But at this point in time, without knowing that, to substantiate the increase to the actual ratepayers at this point in time is harder set than potentially taking that 3%, so say it's 6%, and we just take that 3% and we look at it over like a 3-year period, adding on to what their rates are proposed at, and we get back to the same position. Similar as to what we have done in the past, of where we did these catch-up years, we didn't increase one year, then over-increase the next year just to get back to the same position. We would do the similar type of scenario to do that. I feel that if we were to go higher on the overall grand scheme, grand pull of money from the, I feel more comfortable with the lower of just doing inflation, because we know the actual costs are going to go up by inflation. So at least there's that increase, and we're not doing nothing to that side. And then we tie in or phase in the rest increase if they recommend higher. I don't know if they really would, due to the fact of the size of OSIF and the fact that by 2025 we'll have updated our asset management plan. So potentially even that funding could get bigger, offsetting that side.
Good, I think, Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, just to that topic, if you go back to the water, wastewater rate increase history, so just doing some quick math on water rates. So over those years, including the proposed 2025 increase, that represents a 52.8% increase that we have applied since 2020. And the rate study recommended 68% increase if you just add them all up. And then the wastewater, we've applied an 82.55% increase, which sounds like a lot, but the rate study recommended a 94% increase if you break it down. So we're still lagging behind. The one thing to think about is that, and not that I'm recommending it whatsoever, I want to state that clearly, but if you don't apply what they recommend early on, if you take the wastewater rate for 2020, they recommended a 20%, we applied it. 2021, they recommended a 60%, we applied half of that. Well, you never do catch up, because you're not getting the funds in 2021 and going forward. You're only getting the 30%, half of that rate in 2021, so you're never actually catching up to what the recommended was. Because we apply, so if you look at 2023, we applied at 12%, they recommended 4%, 2024, we applied at 12.5%, they recommended a 3%. It's because we never caught up in 2021. So now users are feeling the effect of us not having made that tough decision in 2021 and applied it, because we never did have those funds, and those funds would be ongoing, right? They'd take the hit that year, and those funds would be ongoing. So that's one reason why the last few years we've had these massive increases of 12, 12.5. And this rate this year is probably should be another 15%. They recommended 94 in total, and we've only applied 82. So not making those tough decisions early on really has a catch-up effect. I'm super excited to learn more about the OSIF portion, though, as I think that really could be the part of the solve to slow the rates down. We've been receiving funds for years because of that asset and never properly applying them to the asset or to the users. So I'm very excited and thank Curtis for his work on that. I think that's one of the most beneficial resources we have to look forward to. Thank you. If that makes sense.
It does. Treasurer, you had a comment?
Yeah, just one quick piece about the OCF. Prior to 2023, it wasn't completely based on replacement values. It was a different formula funding at that point in time. So that's why prior to this, it really was never allocated to water, because it was separate formula funding that way. In 2023 is whenever they initiated this current replacement value piece. And that's what triggered the 2023 calculation amount for the first amount, and then 2024, and going forward there, and that's why we can actually come up with an actual apportionment to do that piece. Unfortunately, prior on didn't have that ability, so 2024 going forward, it does give us that opportunity.
So for 2025, the amount that I see in here for OSIF, is that based on the replacement value of that asset?
That's correct, yep. So in 2025, if you take the 745, 780, 748, add 15% to it, that'll be our next year amount. And then saying the asset management plan stays exactly the same way it was, take 51% of that, that's what would be allocated to the water wastewater side.
Great.
The only limiting factor would be is if we don't do a capital project that falls within that category, we're limited by the amount of debt that we actually have of what we can utilize the piece for. But it does not mean that we cannot put it to its own reserve for water wastewater under OCIF, because we can hold the funds for up to 5 years before the government wants it back, and we would never do that. We would just offset it to a different project and then repay the fund afterwards.
Right on, thank you.
Yes, Manager Public Works.
No, I was going to say that out of the transfer from OCIF is 7% of the total revenue, so it's a massive influx of additional revenue source that was never there before. And then going forward with the rate study, it'd be 2026 and beyond. In the meantime, with Watson's and staff internally, we're trying to nail down like all the next 10-year projects, so that way we can try to flatline out the actual rate study, so you don't see the large hits like that we've seen in 2021 and 2020. And one of the big things that a lot of our infrastructure has been renewed, like one of the big items is with our Cobham wastewater plant, our Beachburg water plant, that's all been done now. So it's now, there's still some big ticket items to go, but with the ongoing reserves that we put towards that cost, and then going forward, then like again, hopefully with rate side, that we'll flatline it out.
Last question, I absolutely promise. So if we can expect 15 year over year for the next few years, right? In what year do we actually catch up? How many years is it going to take us to catch up?
So my projection now is 2030.
2030.
Yeah, and it doubles what we are actually receiving now. Saying that though, and I think I made this mention earlier, is that when we redo our asset management plan, I know that the values that are going to increase, because current replacement values have increased since the plan was done in 2020 and brought in, like it's 2020 information, 2022 plan. When we update all that information, I'm sure our current replacement values are probably substantially higher. So 2030 is what it is now. That could be like 2032, right. 33, 34, somewhere in that range, but it works out. As long as the provincial government keeps that source of funding available, which they so far have, then we can continue this type of approach to apportioning them out.
Good. So I just want to make, before we move on, we acknowledge that the rate that you're proposing, 3%, is lower than that recommended in the rate study. However, based on the unforecasted insertion of the OSIF monies, we can reasonably reduce that to 3%. And we can do that safely, simply because of OSIF. Correct? I'm getting nods? Yes. For this year.
This year, yeah.
Yeah, pending the future rate study.
Yep.
Good, so that's, I'm looking around for council, everybody appreciates that approach and supports it. Good. The second point I'll make is that we did, in our delegation to Ministry of Infrastructure at AMO, we went to them and said, look, we are in such a situation here with wastewater that we want you to reconsider, instead of giving us 15% an increase every year in OSIF, they've already told us, we can count on 15% increasing for the next, whatever it is, 6 years, 5 years. Give it to us all now. We are in such a situation There is so much impact on our residents. Advance ours based on these unique, dire circumstances. He heard us. He listened to us. He acknowledged what I said, but he could not support it. But we made our point, and we'll continue to keep making our point. Because we know that 15% increase. So we know we have 15% more OSIF money coming into water and wastewater next year, the year after that. That can be used to offset whatever is forecasted in the rate studies. So bottom line, if you're not tracking numbers at this point in time, this is very good news for water and wastewater in Whitewater region. Yep.
So sorry, just to clarify numbers, is that 15% year over year over year, not 15% based on 2023's numbers? So it's
Year over year.
right. So next year to be 435,000 in total. The year after that will be plus 15% of that new number. Right. Okay. That's substantial. Thank you.
And and I'm just going to hammer it. This is why the asset management plan, the current replacement value of our assets, the number of assets we have, their current building condition assessments, all of these little things that the staff are trying to get in line are so important. Because if there's anything that's going to shutter a municipality, it's going to be its assets and not being able to manage them. And having to do what we've had with water and wastewater, where you're imposing rates on people that simply, we can't afford them. So we're learning from this experience, and going forward, we're going to be able to hopefully not do it again. Good? No other comments on this one? Councillor Moore has a comment? Yes?
Just curious as to where the new filters in Cobden Waste come into play. Are we still putting money away from that, for our 10-year anniversary?
So with this amount, we'll talk to wastewater there very shortly about that whole budget piece and what that goes to reserves for those filters. But for the Cobden water treatment plant, we're still going through a study right now to see what's the best option for that. But there is, top of my head, would be over $500,000 in the reserve for water. Don't quote me exactly, but it's around that, which at this point in time with the old quote was $550, give or take, for a refurb of that facility. So we're almost to the point that we could fund that. However, again, that was a prior year cost of 2 years ago, so potentially higher again, but we're getting to the point where we can potentially fund something like that.
Great, thank you.
Good. We're going to pause for 5 minutes. Just do a quick bio break, and we'll come back, let the legs stretch after our lunch. Welcome back to our regular council meeting, Township of Whitewater Region. We'll continue again at 2:30, and we are on item 9.1, our biggest item of the day. And I'll turn the floor back to the treasurer.
Thank you. So now we'll turn over to the wastewater units and the wastewater as a whole as a department. So we've only actually seen one unit change for wastewater. The reason why we've seen 3 for water and only 1 now for wastewater is the actual development in Cobden, so it only created for 1. So the other 2 would be assumed and are for Beachburg under the water side. That's why we see 3 in verse 1. So very, very little change in this page. So this, with the proposed 3% increase, this is what the rates for wastewater would look like. They go from 1901 to 1958.78. For a total change is 57.05. So per billing, it'd be $9.51 to a residential ratepayer. So then when we go to the actual budget itself, so the revenue side total is $1.413568 million. The OSIF transfer is $278,318. The balance of that entire $390 million that was allocated, or $380 million, or $380,000, sorry, from the OSIF fund. And then the other form that we're now recognizing is its portion of the penalty, so that's people that are not paying on time, the actual penalty revenue that's generated. Salary is just down slightly due to the asset management coordinator again being removed. That's why the FTE as well has changed. Contract, which is still under negotiation, 473. Electricity and gas, very similar to the same. 2024 was the first year that we took over energy and gas out of the Aqua contract. It's still trending to be on that mark, so that's why we're leaving it as is for the 2025 budget, because it looks like it still should be right on par. Debts remains the same as we continue to make the debenture payments. Repairs and maintenance and capital, with the requests through Aqua that they've identified, it comes to 230,650. The big note item is the fact with the OSIF transfer, it allows for a transfer to reserve of $232,848, opposed to last year at $12,400. That money right there, per the water wastewater study, they wanted $100,000 put aside to the budget every year for the replacement of the membranes of the Cobden wastewater treatment plant. This gives us 2 years worth of the actual membrane replacement to reserves as an example. So it makes up for the fact we didn't do last year in the grand piece, but there's always infrastructure that needs to be replaced as well. It's just nice to start rebuilding that reserve dollar figure that has not have anything allocated to it for the last 2 years. Again, we don't know the details of the actual Aqua contract, and that is an item for later on, so for 73,950. Under the proposed capital and special projects for wastewater, there's an electric chain lift at the value of $30,000, and that's for doing maintenance on the membranes in order to actually lift the cartridges, I believe, out, but I'll defer to the manager of public works for that. And then permeate rotary pump lift, low pump replacement in the wastewater treatment plant at, again, a cost of $35,000. The water and wastewater combined rates, so as you can see, so the residents of Cobden, it'll go from $3,075.06 to $3,167.31, so it's a $92.25 increase, or $15.38 per billing. And I'll hold at this page and go back to the capital piece. So if the manager of public works or the environmental superintendent wants to make any comments on that, give them that.
Yeah, there's 2 items that were identified by Aqua. One's electric chain hoist. Currently right now, the membranes is 4 membranes total, and they're hefty. I think they weigh 5 ton, I believe, something like that. So when they pull out, it is a health and safety matter to actually pull them out and down. So they're proposing that it's done by, instead of pulling by hand, that's done by electric. Then the other one is it's a spare pump. It's one of the main pumps in the plant that actually take the effluent through the membrane. So if one goes down, the lead time is about 20 to 26 weeks lead time on one of these, and if one goes down, you're one train out of commission. So if it happened in the springtime, it's one of a critical path that you lose one train altogether. So it is a cost at $35,000, but it would go into inventory in case. That just to the parts alone to repair the pump, I think it was like 10 to 12,000, plus the time to do it. So the two items that were being proposed in that. Some of the projects that are not included in this that we have kind of shovel ready is the Simpson Street sewer. So that's placement of that. And that was that's right. And then also the membrane renewal that Curtis said that now we can put away aside for that future cost.
Thank you. And then I'll just pause for questions if there's any questions before we complete the presentation.
Councillor Trim.
Yes, it seems that perhaps with the design of the building, the wastewater treatment plant, they should have designed in that chain hoist to begin with. Is that an oversight, do you think?
I have no comment on that in this public meeting, but definitely I can say that it is awkward. It's a lot of staff time to pull a membrane. The stairs have been removed, and it's a huge exercise to remove one. And then this would help them safely remove a membrane in the future.
Noted. Good. Any other questions on water, wastewater? I know we kind of already spoke to it, but Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I understand we don't have the current details of the contract, but we put in a significant placeholder for both water and wastewater, like water's plus 17%, wastewater's plus 10%. What's the bulk of the increase? You know, offhand?
Yeah, one of the major costs this year, Aqua's staff, the unionized contract was ratified, and with major costs that they didn't go back on previous years because I think it was 2 or 3 years behind. So going forward, that's the new staffing costs for that. That's one of the major players in, and we'll speak to the next item on the agenda. And the big thing too is chemical costs have gone up drastically year over year. Insurance, and one of the part is the management fee has gone up. We're in negotiations right now to try to also get the best price for the municipality and for its users.
Is this an area where we're using LEG or partnering up with other municipalities?
I don't believe LEG wastewater was included in any. I don't believe so. The one thing that it's very, the one thing that we do have staff have compared other costs for the municipalities. Each system is unique in terms of how much staff they need and what's the equipment, electrical cost for hydro.
Yeah, in this case, we're talking about to combine water and wastewater, an increase of $140,000 that's pretty significant, averaging out to almost 15% increase. And I just like to see that breakdown whenever we do happen to receive it. I'd like to see that breakdown, is that's a significant increase.
Good, and I'm just going to get keep that train of thought for the next item on the agenda when we complete this one, because that'll be part of the discussion too. CAO?
Yeah, I think what staff are considering with respect to the Aqua contract, I think they have an economy of scale because Aqua is representing or managing water and wastewater in numerous municipalities in Renfrew County. So there's their selling feature is there's economies of scale going with Aqua, but we recognize that there are processes to which we could evaluate that economy of scale and that their proposed contract cost through tenders and the like. But it's quite a process to tender the proposed management of distribution and operations of your water wastewater treatment plant. So we're looking to renew our contract with Aqua for a set time so that we could evaluate that as an option, going back to tender to see if they will be more competitive and or whether or not another firm or another company may come in in a more competitive approach. But for the time being, the numbers that are in the presentation are estimates, and we're looking to get that finalized in the next couple of weeks, I would say, certainly before decisions are made with respect to the budget. Thanks.
Anything else on water, wastewater? Treasurer?
Yeah, I just want to make one quick note, is that these are the estimates and based on projections as to what the contract is. So any changes in this wouldn't change the actual rate increase at this point in time. It would just either equal an increase or decrease to the reserve transfer. Always hoping to be an increase to the reserve transfer, but that would be the part that I would bring back to council. It wouldn't be so much the actual rate. As long as council is approving the actual 3% increase, it would have to be in some sort of unforeseen circumstance so that actual rate would have to change. It would just change that actual amount to reserve transfer for future capital that would be amended.
Move on to the next one, please.
Perfect. So this is the estimated effect on median single-family detached based on a $198,000 assessment, which I mentioned to Councillor Moore. So at $198,000, which tends to be the home in Beachburg, Westmeath, or Cobden, home without water, wastewater, you'd be looking at $1541 for your taxation, just the municipal portion. Versus the $14.51 it was for 2024, which is a $90 increase or $7.50 monthly. Municipal water and tax, so the Beachburg properties and Haley properties, you'd be looking at $2,749.53 versus last year was versus 2024, which is $26.24.33. So it's a $125.20 increase over the entire year, municipal portion. So it's $10.43. And then the municipal tax, water and wastewater, so the properties here in Cobden, $47.08.31, and prior year 2024 was $45.26.06. So that's $182.25 increase, or $15.19 per month. Just as a point of note, this is just the municipal portion. It does not include the county, and it does not include education. And on that note, education tends to have not changed and has not changed in prior years. And then, as the mayor noted, there could be a 3.25% increase to the county portion, which would be added to that overall increase. But at this point in time, it's not advantageous to make an assumption to that amount until the county has actually passed their budget. If there's any questions on that specifically.
I'm going to challenge Councillor Olmsted to do some math for me. Average household income in Cobden.
In Cobden was...
Not yet. You don't have to do that math. He does that.
In Cobden, at municipal wide, I believe was 81 or 84,000. I believe it was 81,000 as the municipality wide.
So just for sake of argument, household income is 81,000, and their 2025 tax, water, and wastewater is 4,700. What percentage of their household income is going to government services?
Before taxes or after taxes?
I think 81 is before taxes.
It's before, I believe. Yeah.
5.9% of the 6% whole before the tax. So maybe 1,000, what's the tax rate? 20%?
Yeah, give or take. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. So let's say their take home on 81,000 would be around $60,000 roughly. So 4,700 on 60,000 is 7.8% of their total take home pay goes towards water, wastewater.
And the municipal portion of
And
taxes.
the municipal portion of tax. Yeah, just the municipal portion of tax.
Yes, yes.
To be clear.
Not county, not education.
Not county. I think the last calculation I did last fall was, we did receive a study, a North American study, that said if a household is approaching approximately 8% of their take-home pay attributed to water, wastewater taxes, they were considered in, I can't remember what the term was. Do you remember what the term was for that? It wasn't a very pleasant term. And if they applied more than 10% of their total take-home pay towards water, wastewater taxes, they were deemed in distress, I think was one of the terms.
Yeah, I think they used levels of unaffordability. So there's substantially unaffordable,
Right.
there's moderately unaffordable, there's straight affordable, and then there was less than, like more than affordable was like low, but nobody was in that category. It's the more the substantially unaffordable or the emergency almost like the most level of unaffordability that they kind of
Yes.
gave it on a scale.
Yeah, so at that time, I just did Cobden calculation, apologize to the rest of the residents, and only because wastewater was a component that the rest don't have, so I just attributed Cobden only. And at that time, the residents of Cobden were applying, on average, were applying over 12% of their household income towards water, wastewater, and taxes. So, yeah, probably on one of the worst scales in North America. And the report came out because they recognized there was a huge problem now and coming in North America and Canada specifically. So
not so good news, but again, just the emphasis of why we're focusing so much effort on water, wastewater. I mean, it is the focus right now, but we have to bear in mind exactly what the burden is on the average household income. So we'll continue to do this. This is why we continue to advocate the OCF increases of 15% per year. Can make a tremendous impact in this over time. We just have to keep continuing to advocate for small rural municipalities that aren't getting their support for the assets that they've been downloaded. Good, Councillor Trim.
Yes, and I know that Councillor Olmsted didn't include the county portion in this. He did in his original studies, and I know that. And it has been mentioned that the education rate hasn't changed in the last several years, 5 years perhaps. And I mean, I'm not looking for an increase there, but there are problems there too. There are no buses running, and and that could be the fact that the school boards aren't getting a reasonable increase in their allocations. So, there's another way of looking at that too.
Okay, let's conclude. Thank you, Treasurer.
I'll make one note on Councillor Trim's note for education, saying again, we, as a municipality, we do not mandate where the money goes to. We pay it directly to the school boards, and that's our portion. We don't have any, like, we're just collectors of the funds. But I will state that the rates for education are made by the upper tier, as in the provincial government, as for the province as a whole. So whenever they set them as a province for the whole, if Renfrew County is the only one having that effect of not having funding for their busing, it's only the people of Renfrew County that are going to have to speak to the provincial government in order to have that rate actually increase, because they don't do it as a location-wise. It's based for all properties within the whole province of Ontario. So that's where this bigger piece, so whenever Toronto and Ottawa and other areas, larger urban centers, have the ability to do the funding, it's just their allocation. Just as a note to anyone watching, and that piece, it's just as more of a clarity. But again, the municipality itself does not have any control over where those funds are directed to. It's just we're directed to disseminate them proportionally to the school boards that they've noted, and we just collect the funds and disseminate them out. And then I'll just go through the budget schedule again. So October 16th will be the public meeting. November 20th we'll do a review of anything that's remaining, and hopefully by December 4th, without any other issues, the budget will be passed, which will wind up being 12 days earlier than last year. Thank you.
Just one question on that public input. People can provide feedback in writing. Do we have a deadline that we're trying to get feedback if it's not in person at that public meeting on the 16th?
The public meeting on the 16th is a night meeting. So if I could have it probably by 4 o'clock on the 16th would be like the latest deadline. And whenever we post this presentation, I'll have the community development coordinator also attach my contact information so I can be emailed directly with the requests. So that if anything straight off that I can answer ahead of time and then bring those comments and questions to council at that point.
Okay, so if members of council receive questions or comments from the public, they can be forwarded to the treasurer.
Please.
That's what I heard.
Yep.
Good. By 4 p.m. on the 16th.
At the latest, please.
Good. Excellent. Then, if there are no more questions on item 9.1 of the agenda, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Next item, 9.2. This is the Aqua Service Agreement Extension. The recommendation that the Council of Township Whitewater Region approve extending the current agreement with the Ontario Clean Water Agency, Aqua, to December 31st, 2024. And can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Bell. And before we turn it over to staff, and I don't know who's taking the lead, Manager of Public Works, just before it goes to staff, I just want to make sure that I caution us to make sure that if we're going to talk about anything negotiating wise, whatever our conversation is, we're in open. So if it goes into that, I please ask staff to make sure that we stop that conversation, keep it filtered for open, and if we have to go into closed, we'll follow the procedural bylaw to do so. Good? Okay, over to you.
Thank you. So this contract agreement would be to extend the current contract to December 31st of this year. There's two parts of that. One is due to time. Staff has been communicating with Aqua, which began early in the year to have a contract. We did just receive the contract just a few weeks ago and felt prudent that we would have more time to actually negotiate the contract. And additionally, in Aqua's original proposal, they wanted to change the first year from November renewal date to January 1st renewal date. So this extension would push it back. Instead of having the new contract have 13 months, that we can start on a 12-month period. So this contract, the original contract started in 2013. Then it had three renewals, which this current one was ending in November 11th, 2024. And as mentioned before, that Aqua did submit the proposal on September 19th with a 5-year term, with a 5-year additional, and then so staff are working with. We met twice so far with Aqua, and we're waiting for one last negotiation, and we're going to work with them to determine the actual fees going forward and the term of the contract. One thing that we're looking at is a 3-year term versus a 5-year. And also, if we're moving from a fixed to a cost, moving from a cost plus to a fixed term of contract, all the previous the actual contract have been cost plus, which is the difference between a cost plus and a fixed price is that the cost plus is estimated on an annual basis, and it's reconciled every year on if there was a savings or not, based on Aqua's actual costs. Where a fixed, move to a fixed, potentially it's one fixed price for the actual term of the contract, and then it increases by CPI or every year, and then there's a potentially a lower price for their management fees. That's one thing that we're discussing right now with Aqua. And then also with understanding with the and with the length of the period is determine if council is willing, and part of the actual one of the recommendations is if we actually determine to do a service delivery review, if it's determined that if it's cheaper in-house to do services, or if we actually should to carry on to it with a longer term contract with Aqua, or to tender it out. Thank you.
You threw a couple at me there. Okay. Mover, is Councillor Moore. Questions or comments first?
That was a lot to take in. I'm sure everybody else sitting around the table is thinking the same thing. I am in favor of a 5-year because I think if we were to even synthesize going in-house, it would take us that long to get our act together. So I think a 5-year contract would be prudent at this time.
And I'll go to the seconder was Councillor Bell.
Other than me.
Questions from other members of council? And now the deputy mayor and Councillor Olmsted comments in the earlier agenda item. Is there anything you want to bring up this time? Yeah, take a second. We've got time. Sure, Manager of Public Works, give us.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to add that this recommendation is just to extend to December 31st, and then council would then staff would come back with a new count with a new report with the actual the next contract. So we'll come back in next few weeks with the actual next agreement, which would be, and staff proposing a 3-year, which would be from January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2027. And additionally, part of the items that Aqua has in the contract, that we have to provide a 1-year notice if we go into not extend a contract, and that's probably due to help both parties. If council decided not to renew with or to go out for tender, we'd have to do it before 1 year ahead of the expiry date, to allow time for Aqua to find other plans for the staffing, and also have the township actually, say if we decided to go in-house, or if we decided to tender with someone else, there'd have to be some lead time to actually to prepare for that, hire their staff, and so it works on both sides for that.
Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. So moving forward, I would like to see no more than a 2-year contract maximum. I wouldn't even mind a 1-year, and give us an opportunity to take a look at this. There's a huge expense here. We're looking at, and their increase is $90,000 this year for their contract. So I think moving forward, I would be willing to look at it in a year's time, not even a year's time. We need to move on it now and see if there is other options or other ways that we might be able to do this. I know we were in-house at one time, and at that time, the decision was made to go with Aqua, and I think many around this table might remember that. And there was reasons why we did that. But moving forward, I think with the monopoly that Aqua has, and I'm speaking bluntly here, with they have the monopoly, so we're at their mercy. So I think moving forward, I would be in favor of looking at a one-year renewal and taking the year to see if there's any way we can cut some costs here. Thank you.
Okay, and this is where I want to make sure that we discuss what we need to discuss in open. And if we need to go to closed, we go to closed, but I want to make sure we steer this conversation correctly, so.
Yeah, if I could just add, so the points made by Deputy Mayor Rieger, they don't require a closed session. So the next steps are this. So we're going to, our recommendation to council now is to extend to December 31st. We need to, otherwise we won't have a contractor to manage our plants. And we've been sort of seeking a new agreement since June or earlier from Aqua, and we've just got it a couple weeks ago. And that's why they've accepted an extension at no increased cost till December 31st. We recognize the increase, and we're currently negotiating, if you will, with Aqua as it pertains to a future contract, a future proposal. When we come back to council in October, like maybe the next meeting or November, we will be moving into close to discuss the parameters around the new contract and the agreement with Aqua. So recognizing that there might be, and I'll put it back through you, the mayor, to the members of council, if there's it appears there may be an appetite due to the increased cost moving into next year to try to pursue moving to tender or just to reevaluate our position with Aqua. With that being said, our managers indicated we have to notify the contractor 1 year in advance if we're going to propose to terminate the contract. If we're entering into a 1 year agreement, that we need to inform them by the end of this year that we may be terminating their contract in 1 year. We need to allocate money in the budget to prepare a tender document, and we need to get things moving right away, because the preparation of a tender document of this nature may take 2-3 months with the support of a consulting firm. So 1 year is maybe tight, 2 years may be more reasonable, but in any case, what we could do is have the lead counselors in water, wastewater, and in finance to coordinate some conversations with staff to support maybe the negotiations and the discussions around the contract, sort of outside of a public meeting, and we could lean on them with the proposal, get some feedback from them from the proposal from Aqua, and the next time we meet will be in close as we discuss the matter in maybe in more detail. Thanks.
Good. Does that trigger any other questions or comments from council? Yes, Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, I do support Deputy Mayor's stance on it. The $90,000 is only on water, by the way, so another $50,000 on. Now, understanding that we don't know the particulars of the contract, those are placeholders, but it could be better, could be worse. That this is where we are today. But I do support the stance on, like my calculations are we have $644,000 in 2024 for salaries and management. I don't know how many staff we have, but I think it's time that we start, if you're adding another $100,000 onto it, you're $750,000 in staffing and management. I think it's time that we start looking at the benefits. And just to put it in perspective, the additional maybe $140,000, that's only on the users. That's not on the taxpayers. That's on users. So that's about $140 per user per year of increase. So I think it's something that we need to take a good hard look at. It sounds like they put us in a bit of a spot, and that they only got back to us recently with some contract offers. In that I think it was November 11th. The current contract is up.
That is correct, yes.
Right, so, you know, if we met with them in June or whatever that time frame was, I think the least Aqua could do is extend it to the end of the year at the current rates. So, question to the CAO with respect to if we pull out of the contract and having to notify a year, is that in the current contract or is that what they're proposing?
That is correct, sorry if I take it. Yeah, so the current contract states that if we're not going to renew the contract, we have to notify 1 year in advance. And even saying that if we want to do any service review or actually tender, we probably have to do it, say we have to do it before a year, so we actually notify, if we decide that, yeah, we're going to tender or stick with Aqua, to notify that in 1 year advance. So probably need, like, so for example, if we did a 3-year contract, in year 1, we probably have to determine, year 1 or early in year 2, determine if we're going to decide to stay with Aqua in after the 3 years, or if we're going to tender or go in-house. So in saying that, if I can add, if there's I think staff that we're looking at, and we have communicated with Aqua that we're looking at potentially a 3-year deal, just to allow time to have, and then they'll come back with that with a 3-year deal. But I guess if council has any recommendations in lesser of a term, or if any as CIO say that any budget implications, if we wanted to do a service review or to prepare a tender in 2025, that'll be discussed now for the budget.
That's something we can do by mid-October, late October? Like, we're not going to be able to determine that?
So the next steps where we are in discussions with Aqua is they're going to present to us a revised proposal for 2025 solely, because the original one had the 2 months plus 2025, including the proposed term we discussed and the like. Once we have that, perhaps we could have a session with yourself and Councillor Moore and the treasurer and the manager and the superintendent, just to go over it and sort of strategize on what we may choose to do. And that'll happen probably in the next 2 weeks. So by the end of October, we should have a better sense of where things are and how we may choose to proceed.
Super.
Thanks.
Good. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
And I think this is important enough. If you're going to be strategizing with other council, perhaps we should be doing it as council as a whole, because I think this is a big enough contract, enough money to warrant that. Just
certainly fair, and when we come back on November 6th, perhaps in closed, we could have that discussion around negotiation and the like. Yes.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else from members of council? This one has been a great discussion point. So just to be clear, the item on the item that we're voting on is only to extend the contract from November 11th, I think, or 12th until December 31st. Okay? With the understanding that there's beyond that, what that contract looks like will be discussed in closed at a subsequent meeting, likely in November. Good? Yes, is there any other questions? Okay, so we're voting just on the extension. All those in favor? And it's carried. Okay, next item is 9.3. The Ross landfill grinding tender. So the recommendation is the Council of Township of Whitewater Region approve the award tender 2024-18 landfill grinding to NADCOR Environmental Limited at a cost of $25,948.80, inclusive of non-refundable HST. A mover and a seconder. Councillor Moore. Councillor Trim. Back to Manager of Public Works. No. Superintendent Nicholson. No. Who is it? Somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the stockpiling of wood waste and leaf and yard waste, as well as bulky items, grinding of them are normal operations as part of our diversion activities at the landfill. So the certificate of approval for the landfill requires that these stockpiles are ground once per year. It's an important thing that we do because that waste being left too long can generate heat and can lead to fires. So that is something that we do generally every fall, and that material that is ground not only helps increase our compaction rates, but it makes for great cover material during the winter. So this tender was closed on September 26th, and we received 2 submissions, one from NADCOR, and I'm going to go past it, and one from Sittler Grinding, and so NADCOR's came in at $28,815. So it's a pretty straightforward one. NADCOR was the lowest bidder, and this company has been the grinder at the landfill for the past year, and past two years actually. As far as the financial implications go, their bid this year was $948.80 over the 2024 operating budget that was set at $25,000 even. It's a minor exceedance, and that those funds will be accommodated within the landfill's existing budget. And one thing to note is that there was potentially a bit of an increase in the costs assumed that were related to the large amount of large trees that came in as part of the roadside brushing by the Public Works Department this year. So that is one thing that we would note. One other thing I didn't include in here is that as far as the timing of this goes, generally we try and time this tender with our neighbors and kind of get some economies of scale, because the grinders like to come in and hit all 3 of us at once to save on the mobilization costs. So I think that's one thing we're benefiting from the last few years. So that is everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Mover, Councillor Moore.
I've seen the pile. It is quite huge, and I think it's time we do something with it. So yes, I'm in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Trim.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the manager. I'm just wondering if in other years, I know it's not going to be every year that the landfill site is going to receive large quantities of trees, but is there, if it should happen again, is there perhaps another option that could be considered, or maybe you don't have that right at your fingertips, but I'm wondering if it's something that could be investigated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so it's one thing as staff we have looked into alternatives. Some ideas we came up with is, do we actually stockpile and actually tender it out like a surplus material? One of the items that, this year was a unique year that public works staff had with the lack of snowfall this year and the weather, that we had more time to do manual brushing. But every year there is a stockpile comes in. But in the future, we are looking forward to alternatives instead of landfilling it.
Further, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking some of that material would have gone through a wood processor for firewood, for instance, and maybe somebody would have been interested in doing that. I'm just thinking it costs a lot of money to grind material, and I'm not necessarily thinking it as a revenue stream, just to decrease costs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? So I have one. Could we use our mulching heads when they're not mulching the ditches?
I'm gonna pass this to Kyle, but this one here was again why there was abundance of material, that there was a lot of manual brushing. with part of our brushing heads, that it takes a long time if you got a big tree, that it can do it, and they do bring down and they mulch it. But the time that it actually takes down to mulch a head versus actually cutting it down and hauling it away is you can actually speed up a lot of the actual brushing method.
Councillor Tappert.
I'm just curious through you, Mr. Mayor, if the expense of this is mainly caused by Public Works, should it not come out of your budget somewhere?
Yeah, so compared to last year, I think last year's budget was just under 25,000. I think it was like 24,000 and change, so it's approximately about $1,000 more. So I don't know if it's a huge cost. We have looked into with the in-kind part of it, actually running like the actual landfill as a small business, as in, should various departments actually pay for the actual waste coming in. But on the mine side of that, we don't have, even for one item, is our mechanic, we don't, either if it falls in the road position, we don't charge out for fire department or for environmental, so that's why we don't do it, but.
I've been saying this pile, so I don't know how huge it is, but you guys are making it sound pretty big. I might have to.
So yeah, and that's not coming. Last year it didn't come to council because it was under $25,000, which is part of our as per the procurement policy. It brought this year because it went over the amount. It happens every year. Every year we grind, and it's not if you've seen an expense. It's actually a positive part that we actually use that as cover instead of using sand. So there's cost savings in sand, and it also saves actually airspace instead of actually all the material actually going into the landfill.
Good. Nothing else? No other questions? We'll call for a vote. All those in favor? And it's carried. Excellent. And then the next item on the agenda is 9.4, but we've already discussed it because it was at 1 p.m. So we move on to item number 10, which is notices of motion. And start with the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and this just kind of came up just this afternoon. So I would like to bring a motion forward and just have a discussion with council on the appropriate use of Whitewater stationery, example like thank you cards and acknowledgement of appreciation from individual elected officials. I think sometimes what could happen or what may happen with these cards, and the reason I'm bringing this forward is we just got these this afternoon, and I have a bit of a concern about them. So before using them, I would just like to have a discussion with council to use them. Thank you.
Perfect. We'll move on. Well, and then just pending that discussion, we'll just ask you to withhold using them until we've had that discussion. So, good. We'll move. Councillor Bell, any notices from you?
Not a notice, but through the mayor, just wondering if, just looking for an update on a previous notice of motion, whether this is really messed up.
CAO clerk.
I would just encourage the councillor to connect with me with respect to the outstanding notice of motion, and we could provide you an update separately. Thanks.
Perfect. Having this younger generation involved in municipal politics, I love it. Good. Councillor Tappert, any other notices of motion? Sorry, I'm just going to circle the table. And I see none. Good. And just to acknowledge the clerk has to go pick up school-aged children. So, next item on the agenda is number 11, correspondence. There's no items requiring direction. There's 3 information items. They're there for your perusal. I have nothing to add to those. CAO, do you have anything to add? No. Excellent. So unless, I'll just look around the table. Is there anybody who wants to discuss one of those items? Councillor Trim.
Just that I really do appreciate the information from the Renfrew County Health Unit. I'm happy that they send us this regular type of update, and it gives us, as councillors, information in case anybody in the public is interested in vaccine times and when they're coming and what vaccines there are. So if you in your position on county council could take back that thank you, I don't know if we all share that, but I certainly would like to express it, that it's really appreciated. Thank you.
No problem. No other comments? Move next item is announcements, and I'll start again with the Deputy Mayor.
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Good. Councillor Bell?
Nothing from me right now.
Good. Councillor Tabbert?
And not right now, thank you.
Councillor Olmsted? No one's taken anything from you.
Wow, I wasn't prepared for that. I'm going to have to pass. Thank you.
Councillor Moore?
I do have one. I'm proud to announce that Road Superintendent Kyle Eady has completed the 3 Association of Ontario Road Supervisors, or AORSs, training sessions in August of the Public Works Leadership Development Program. That's quite a mouthful. Congratulations, Kyle. He's local government 98%, customer service 100%, and leadership and supervision 95%. So these sessions are Kyle's last courses to apply for to become Certified Road Supervisor, or CRS. Congratulations, Kyle.
Good. Congratulations, Kyle. And Councillor Trim?
Yes, I just have one. I don't think we can remind people too often about the annual Taste of the Valley. Of course, Sunday, October 19th, from 10 to 3.
Excellent. And I'm going to add one to the discussion. October 10th, there is a labor market planning session for municipal leaders from Renfrew and Lanark counties. The presentation will take place, it's in Pembroke at the Best Western from 8:30 to noon. The clerk will distribute some information, but any member of council is welcome to attend. And it is October 10th. Yeah, so Thursday morning. Good, and that's it for announcements. Next is the bylaws. We have a confirmatory bylaw for today. The recommendation is be it resolved that the bylaws listed on the October 2nd agenda, 2024 agenda, be taken as read and passed. A mover and a seconder, Deputy Mayor Councillor Tabbert. Any final comments? Okay, seeing none. Call for a vote. All those in favor? And it's carried. And there is no closed session for today. And we are adjourned at 3:22 p.m. Thank you, staff, for a very, very informative day.